many, would you say, media outlets have called you and talked to you and actually done stories on the pond? Because this is an amazing breakthrough in technology to help at least protect us a little bit in this inundation of frequencies. Has there been a lot of media attention on this for you?
Well, we're a relatively new company, about 2 years old now. So we're still growing and slowly gaining attention, but we've been covered in a few places like Wired magazine, as you mentioned before. But our media exposure has been relatively limited so far.
So the New York Times, CNN, ABC, they haven't talked to you and splattered you all over their media?
Well, hopefully, if there's
after this,
they'll maybe pick us up.
I hope so, sir. I really do. Dr. Ryan McCaughey, I want to thank you so very much for taking the time out of your really busy schedule to talk to us today and the listeners here to let us know about the Pong research and the cases that you guys are providing. I want to thank you so much, and you're going to help us very much today raise some much-needed funds. So thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you for having me on, and good luck with the rest of your drive.
Thank you.
Bye.
That was Dr. Ryan McCaughey, the Chief Technology Officer for Pong Research. Again, he leads the technical team that designs and tests all of these amazing protective cases. Okay, you've heard enough. I want you to give us a call right now. Think about this information. You know you have a cell phone. You know your children have cell phones. I wish you didn't give them a cell phone, but if you did, please take a moment to protect them. Take a moment to protect yourself. Help your body, help your brain survive this technological explosion that we have all across the globe. And if you have an iPhone 5, an iPhone 4 or 4S, or an iPad mini, and you want a protective case, here's the number to call. 516-620-3602, 516-620-3602. We have operators standing by right now. You can pledge at $120 level and get one of these Pong iPhone 5 cases, or the iPhone 4 4S case, or for $180 contribution, get the Pong iPad mini case. The number again is 516-620-3602. By calling and supporting this amazing radio station, you are saying so very much, but you're also protecting you and your family. Maybe you have an iPhone, maybe your kids have an iPhone. Get one for each person who has an iPhone or an iPad mini. If you only want to contribute $100 and you want to get more information about this whole subject matter, get the documentary Resonance, Beings of Frequency. We're going to be playing clips from that. You're going to want both. You want to get the DVD and one of these iPhone protective cases. Call right now. Operators are waiting for you to pick up your cell phone and call 516-620-3602. That number again, 516-620-3602. I have my Pong cover on my phone. I notice that when I make calls, my phone does not heat up like a hot plate. I notice that my calls last a lot longer and my battery life is much longer. Improve the battery life. Extend your battery life. Reduce the radiation of international limits up to 91%. Why walk around getting radiated when you can protect your head? Improve the signal strength as well. Call now, 516-620-3602. Again, the number 516-620-3602. I am here to spread the good word that, yes, there is some hope out there. We can actually do something really positive right now. You can support this amazing radio station. You heard, too, this should be all over the place. They should be talking about, this should be front page news. But Wired magazine, because that's what they do, they test out technology and they check and make sure that when people make claims that they can reduce radiation on your cell phone or reduce radiation from your iPad or iPad mini, that you really have what it takes to back up those claims. And they did the test, and they did find that there was significant reduction in radiation and an improved signal strength. That is very, very important because these guys don't take things like this very lightly. They're they're very serious about it. A $120 contribution, that is so very little, folks. $120 contribution, you can pick up the Pong iPhone 5 case. This will improve your signal strength by up to 20%. It will also improve your battery life, and it will reduce radiation exposure up to 91% on your cell phone. The iPhone 5 case is available too for $120 contribution. Also, we have the iPhone 4/4S case. That's what I have. That's what I have right here on my phone. I am so very happy that I have this. This is available to you for $120 contribution. And by the way, folks, all of these cases are in black. I made sure that, we're going to be fashionably correct and make sure that we can wear this, have this cell phone cover with whatever we're wearing, okay? Yes, dressy or jeans. You can get the iPhone 4/4S case for a $120 donation. And, of course, the last one that we have for the protective covers is the Pong iPad mini case. If you have an iPad mini or if you got one for your child, remember he talked about the possible reduction in sperm and reproductive issues that are associated with having the radiation so close to that area. This will boost the 4G signal strength up to 13.2 times compared to any other case, those just regular plastic cases that you put on. But more importantly, this protective case is going to reduce your exposure to Wi-Fi radiation by up to 82%. Again, that is available to you. That one's a $180 contribution. Get your cell phones out right now and use them for something positive, and call up and order one of these amazing protective cases. The Pong iPhone cases available for the 5, the 4/4S, and also the iPad mini. If you hear in my voice that I'm very passionate about this subject matter, it is because I am. Everyone has a cell phone, so all of that radiation is being affected, is impacting all of us. But something that is not talked about too is the radiation that comes and the frequencies that come from the cell phone towers that dot our globe all over the place. And more stronger signals are being put up every single day because there's more and more people having phones, and they want more powerful phones. They want better connection. Well, what are the ramifications of that? What are the impacts of that? Something else that we're offering this hour, I think that you're going to be very interested in, it's a DVD, it's a documentary called Resonance, Beings of Frequency. This is from the UK. The filmmaker is an incredibly, just a wonderfully talented filmmaker who has done so much research on this, and they've examined 60 years of research, scientific research, to uncover that the actual mechanisms by which cell phone technology can cause cancer. And they're talking about, again, because the amount of radiation, we want the World Health Organization has also finally come out and said that, well, yes, there's possible cancer from cell phone usage. So the information is coming out very slowly, but it's a very frightening thing for people because the genie's out of the bottle, right? Everyone has a cell phone. There are towers everywhere. And we just want you to be protected, and we want you to have information. So if you want to call up and get one of those protective cases, but if you don't want to get one of those cases and you want to just take a look at a documentary that will make you want to get one of these cases, it's called Resonance, Beings of Frequency. We're going to listen to a clip now from this incredible documentary. This documentary, too, by the way, is available to you for a contribution of $100. It is brand new. I worked very, very hard to get this. I think it's very important. It's very critical. Again, it is available to you for a $100 contribution. In this clip that we're going to be playing, we're going to hear about the mobile phones and the SAR ratings. That's what the first question I asked Dr. Ryan McCaughey, the Chief Technology Officer for Pong Research, who creates these protective covers. I had asked him in particular about the safe level. What is the safe level of radiation? Which sounds so crazy. Maybe 100, 200 years from now, they're going to go, do you know those people actually thought there was a safe level for radiation? Well, yes, we are, okay. Well, maybe in a couple hundred years we'll know better. But he had said that the FCC had set the limit, the acceptable limit for 1.6, and that's something that you can actually look on your cell phone when you get all your paperwork. It'll say in there the SAR, the specific absorption rate of how much radiation is basically going into your brain. But the scientist, the doctor there, the physics, the doctor in physics, says that they believe that they're really that information is not accurate, and that much lower levels would be much better, obviously. So we're going to listen to this clip from Resonance, Beings of Frequency. This is going to talk about the radiation that's coming from the cell phones. Please keep those calls coming in right now. It's going to be a very busy hour, so we want you to get in and get either the protective case for your iPad mini, for your iPhone 5, get a protective case for your iPhone 4 or 4S, or pick up this DVD, Resonance. It is available to you for only $100. Let's listen now to Resonance, Beings of Frequency.
Make a call. Let me try and make a call.
If you try and make a phone call, it'll be almost constant because it starts a proper sort of two-way high bandwidth transmission.
Okay, let's do that. Oh, wow.
So as soon as it picks up, this is it trying to, and this is once it's on call mode, this is now what the phone's doing.
And that's waves going from my phone to the base station and then being transmitted from there.
And that's what's picked up.
That's horrible.
And that's basically what your phone's transmitting into your head all the time, that you've got it operational and you're using it for phone.
It's hard to imagine a piece of technology which has accelerated into our lives, quite like the mobile phone. 25 years ago, it was seen as little more than a gimmick. Today, 4 billion of us own one. And the average age of a child when they receive their first phone is just 8 years old. The way a mobile phone works is by sending and receiving microwave frequencies to and from the base station. So having a phone pressed against your head inevitably means your brain is being exposed to those waves. Does the brain react to this exposure? A recent American study shows it absolutely does. The work was carried out by Dr. Nora Valco. Dr. Valco and her team studied 47 healthy people for an entire year. Participants had a cell phone placed on their left and right ears. One was activated but muted, the other was turned off. Dr. Valco used brain imaging equipment to study how much glucose the brain would use during exposure.
So it's a very sensitive marker to indicate if there are changes in brain activity that may be driven by a given stimulus, which in this case was the cell phone.
When the brain is stimulated, it consumes glucose in the same way a car consumes fuel.
15-minute exposure to a cell phone was associated with increases in glucose consumption by the brain, which indicates that the brain was being activated by the radio frequencies from the cell phone. This right area of the brain that was very close to the antenna showed the largest increases in metabolism as compared when the telephones were off. Even though the radio frequencies that are emitted from current cell phone technologies are very weak, they are able to activate the human brain to have an effect.
By using a muted cell phone, Dr. Valco's experiments showed that the human brain has a metabolic reaction to the presence of microwaves from a mobile phone. A metabolic reaction at levels well below the legal limit. Something many people claimed was impossible. And the reaction recorded by the doctor is secondary to an even greater concern: the way that those microwaves are actually absorbed by the brain. This has become known as SAR.
SAR is, well, first of all, it stands for specific absorption rate, and that's the measure of how much radio waves, or how much RF energy, in this case radio waves, is absorbed into the human body over a certain period of time within a certain volume. So it's a measure of the heating effect that a radio transmitter would have on your body, on the human body.
The SAR for every mobile phone is measured in this way. using an artificial head called a SAM Phantom. This is filled with a glucose mixture which represents the brain. The probe measures the amount of microwave radiation that penetrates the SAM Phantom skull and calculates a SAR rating based on how much energy is absorbed.
For the European Union, the limit is 2 watts per kilogram, over a 10-gram average of tissue. For America, it's 1.6 watts per kilogram, over a 1-gram average of tissue. So the limit for the USA is more stringent than for the European Union, but other countries around the world, such as Australia, New Zealand, use the European limit.
Some of the most popular phones on the market emit so much microwave radiation that their SAR rating is right on the edge of the limit. Every millimetre of skull helps protect the brain against the phone's microwave radiation and therefore lowers the phone's SAR rating. Children get their first phone at the average age of 8 years old. An 8-year-old skull is considerably thinner than that of an adult. So you would hope that phones are tested against a skull which represents the thickness of that of a child.
The SAM head is an average shaped and sized human skull. The average of 10,000 people has been taken in terms of their head measurements, and this SAM Phantom head has been created, which is an average human skull.
Obviously, the head of an average human being is considerably larger than that of an 8-year-old child. But when we investigate the company that makes the SAM Phantom head, we discover that the news is even worse. The SAM Phantom isn't just the average of 10,000 people. It's the average of 10,000 US Army personnel.
That, my friends, is the documentary called Resonance. It is yours for a pledge of $100. If you have a cell phone, you need this DVD. You need to watch this DVD. You need to share it with every single person you know that has a cell phone. The number to call to get this for a $100 tax-deductible contribution is 516-620-3602. 516-620-3602. You can also go to give2wbai.org, put in the search there, Resonance, or put in Pong. The protective phone cases are available there too, but for a $100 contribution, you can get Resonance, the DVD. If you want to pledge $120, you can get one of the protective cases that reduces the radiation from your iPhones, iPhone 5, 4, 4S, or your iPad mini. Those are available as well by calling 516-620-3602. We are in a dire situation. This radio station must stay on the air. Imagine if you tuned into this radio station and it was gone, and we did not have programs like this telling you about the dangers, but not just telling you about the dangers and scaring you, but giving you solutions. This is a solution-oriented program. This is what I'm all about. This is what this radio station is about. It's not just about complaining, saying, oh my goodness, what are we going to do? It is about giving you solutions, and we need you. We need your support, but more importantly, you need this radio station. You need WBAI to be on the air. So we need you right now to call 516-620-3602. And I'm asking right now, I'm looking for an angel out there. I'm looking for someone who can pledge $1,000 or $5,000. And you don't even have to take a thank you gift home, or take a whole bunch of these if you want. But I really, really need you to call in and support this. This is priceless. This is absolutely priceless, because corporate radio, the corporate television mongers, they are not going to tell you this information because it goes into their bottom line, it hits their profit, their advertisers are not happy, but there is no one coming in right now busting down these doors, no advertising agent, nobody in sales coming in and telling me I can't do this program. Please call and support this amazing radio station. 516-620-3602. We have operators that are waiting right now to take your pledge. For $100, get Resonance, the DVD. If you have a cell phone, you need to watch this. Trust me, this will change the way you view cell phones and how you use cell phones forever. And if you have an iPhone, you definitely want to get one of these protective covers that would help extend your battery life. Yes, improve signal strength. Yes, but most importantly, reduce radiation up to 91%. The doctor, the chief technology officer from Pong, said that the way that the antenna is set on these cases, it redirects the radiation away from your head. 516 516-620-3602. 516-620-3602. These are very affordable thank you gifts, but more importantly, this is something for your health. It's not just, these protective cases are not just something that, you know, a nice, interesting book, you're going to look at it and flip through it and put it on your shelf and never use it. I use my protective case on my iPhone every single day, 24 hours a day. This is something that I think is so very important. So the radiation, instead of being spread out all over the place and coming into my brain, it is redirected away from my brain. Up to 91%. It improves also the signal strength on my phone, so I have better quality sound when I'm on the phone. It extends the battery life. Hello, iPhone owners. You know how the battery, drops after a while. This will improve the battery life as well. So it is a wonderful, wonderful gift for someone that you love or for yourself. Be generous to yourself right now. I know the phone lines are very busy right now. If you, for some reason, get a busy signal, please hang up and hit redial on your cell phone. Use that cell phone for something positive today to get this information and to protect yourself. Again, maybe the cell phone companies aren't too excited about us talking about the radiation that is emitted. I'll tell you something. I had gone to the to CNET. I love this website because you can look at the radiation levels of the highest radiation levels of cell phones and the lowest. And I know that I have, like I said, I have an iPhone 4S. The SAR on that is pretty high, according to what I would prefer. It's a 1.11. The iPhone 5 emits a 1.18. And again, the doctor said that the FCC set the highest standards, the highest level is a 1.6, but he thinks that is not correct as well, that he thinks that's way too high. But the BlackBerry curve, the RIM BlackBerry curve I'm looking at online, it's a 1.58. It's right up there at the very, very top. So please call right now. Just protect yourself, protect your loved ones by getting one of these protective cases for your iPhone 5, 4, or 4S. Okay, enough of me talking. I want to get back to another clip from this very important documentary. If you want to get this this DVD, Resonance, it is available to you for a $100 contribution. You can make payments on your credit card. It's so easy. In this next clip from Resonance, the DVD that we're offering this hour, along with the Pong iPhone cases and the iPad mini case, this clip's going to talk about the World Health Organization finally talking about the cancer, the possibilities of cancer from cell phone usage. So let's listen to this clip. It's very important to get this out over the airwaves.
In 2011, the World Health Organization changed the danger rating of mobile phones, reclassing it as possibly carcinogenic to humans, based on an increased risk of contracting a glioma, the type of brain tumor associated with using a mobile phone. What was the catalyst for this abrupt change in status? There have been countless studies conducted into the possible health effects of mobile phones. Some showing an effect, some showing no effect. But the most conclusive came from Leonard Hardell. He has overseen the largest and most comprehensive piece of research ever conducted, combining his own work with that of others from around the world. From the early 1990s, they have investigated the phone habits of more than 2,000 people from around the world. People with tumours such as astrocytoma and acoustic neuroma. The brain tumours associated most with mobile phone use due to their proximity to the ear. Their findings are shocking. They concluded that mobile phone use does increase the risk of a brain tumour. And they also discovered why earlier research showed no effect.
I think there's more evidence that it's carcinogenic than just possibly carcinogenic. But I can understand it in a way because most of the cancers which will arrive haven't arrived yet. I mean, people haven't been using cell phones for long enough for the true effect to become apparent.
As is the case with other carcinogens, it takes at least 10 years before you start to see an effect from the exposure. Because the mobile phone explosion didn't really take hold until the late 1990s, it's not surprising we are just starting to see the effects right now. So what are the telecoms industry doing to protect its users from contracting a brain tumour? A flick to the far reaches of their safety manuals suggests that they are more concerned about protecting themselves. At the back of almost every single phone's user guide are instructions on how far to keep your phone from your body. Instructions which, in the most part, are wholly unworkable. And what happens when the telecoms industry funds research into the harm that they are causing? And that research concludes that there is an effect. That the use of a mobile phone does play a role in the development of cancer. They tend to keep that research to themselves.
We just don't know what we're storing up with EMF because the effects are largely long-term, and we have, as you say, this ubiquitous exposure.
The number to call to get Resonance, this incredibly powerful brand new documentary, is 516-620-3602. It is a tax-deductible contribution to WBAI, such an important radio station that you really want to support, because yes, we do need you during these times, during our fundraisers, but more importantly, you need us. And why do we come to you? Because we have no corporate sponsors. We don't have a cell phone company that is paying us money to keep this information from you. We don't have a cell phone carrier that is paying us money to keep this information from you. Do you understand that? The number to call to support that and to get this incredible documentary. And if you want to, also call up and get the Pong iPhone cases, the protective cases that can reduce your radiation exposure up to 91%, plus extend your battery life, plus improve your signal strength. That number to call is 516-620-3602. I am still looking for my angel out there who can pledge at the $1,000 level or the $5,000 level. If you cannot pledge at that level, that is fine. You can pledge $100 and get Resonance, the DVD, or pledge $120 and get the iPhone 5 protective case, Pong iPhone 5 case for $120 contribution, or the Pong iPhone 4S case. That's what I have on my phone 24 hours a day. Again, it's not like buying a book that's going to sit on a shelf. I use my Pong protective case every single day. I notice that my phone doesn't heat up. I notice that I have better signal strength. I notice that also I have a much longer battery life. Do I feel the radiation being reduced up to 91%? No, but I know that it's happening. That's what's important. The number to call is 516-620-3602. 516-620-3602. Pledge at the $100 level, get Resonance. Pledge at the $120 level, get one of the iPhone protective cases. Or you can pledge at the $180 level and get the Pong iPad mini case. 516-620-3602. 516-620-3602. Please do give us a call. Support this amazing radio station that if we did not have WBAI, you would not be hearing this content. I promise you. The number again, 516-620-3602. You can get the Pong iPhone 5 case. Again, this will it optimizes the signal strength. It conserves battery life. But the most important thing is it reduces radiation exposure up to 91% below international safety limits. Incredible. It improves your signal strength by up to 20%. Again, that is available to you for just a $120 contribution. And guess what? We're a non-profit radio station, so you have a tax deduction at the end of the year. So you get to help your brain, and you take some taxes, get some money off of your taxes. And that's a very good thing to do. Get some of that stuff back from Uncle Sam and keep it for yourself. Just a few minutes to go. The iPhone 4S case, the protective case for that, we have that available as well for $120 contribution. So get a protective case for your 4S or 5, your iPhone 4S or 5 phones. Get them now. Also, we have the Pong iPad mini case. This is a little bit more money to donate, $180 contribution, but you will reduce the Wi-Fi radiation to 82%. You'll improve the signal strength many, many times over. And this was also tested by Wired magazine, and it had showed that this protective case reduced radiation and improved signal strength. All of these cases are in black. I have so little time left. I have less than a minute. That's less than 60 seconds to get as many of you on the phones as possible. Support this radio station. There is no other network in the country that would allow me to do this. Do you know, if I was at a corporate media-controlled radio station, the program director would be knocking down the doors saying, "What are you doing? You cannot say anything about our advertisers emitting radiation." Well, thankfully, we're supported by you, the public. So please, don't take that for granted. Keep this radio station around. 516-620-3602. That is the number to call to support this amazing institution. Pacifica Radio, WBAI, your community radio station. 516-620-3602. We have people waiting for your call right now. You can pick up any of our thank you gifts. You can pledge at the $100 level and get the Resonance DVD. This is very brand new. This is just hot off the presses from the UK, an incredible documentary, very eye-opening, not only about the cell phones, but also about those cordless phones. If you have those phones in your home, there's a great section on that. Very important to know what is being emitted from those cordless phones in your house, next to your bed, all of that. And it also has an incredible section on the cell phone towers that are all over this country, all over this globe. And this documentary is yours just for a $100 contribution. At the $120 level, again, you can get one of the Pong protective cases for your iPhones, or you can get the Pong iPad mini case. The most important thing, though, is to call up and pledge support. I would love to see a pledge of $1,000 come in this hour, and I only have merely seconds left to get you on the phone to pledge your support. 516-620-3602. You can also go to WBAI or give to WBAI.org. That's give to the number 2, WBAI.org. And you can click on that. And also in the search bar, you can put in Resonance or you can put in Pong, and they will pull up all of those thank you gifts. You can pledge with your credit card, or you can call this phone number, 516-620-3602. That number again, 516-620-3602. Trust me, if you have a cell phone, and I'll bet Fort Knox on the fact that if you're listening to me, you have one. You really, really need to get informed about this technology and what it is doing to you and your loved ones. Again, the DVD to get informed is Resonance, yours for a $100 contribution, 516-620-3602. I'm Christine Blasdale. I want to thank you so very much for joining me this hour. Please keep those calls coming in. We do see the calls coming in. And stay tuned now for more incredible Fund Drive programming right here on WBAI.
WBAI New York, 99.5 FM, and WBAI.org.
White Brewster, the host of The World of Jazz. Tune in this coming Sunday at 11 p.m. for the life and times of Ron Burton, superior keyboardist who plied his career right here in New York City with some of the greats. Remember to tune in right here at WBAI 99.5 FM on the dial. See you on the next one.
Barbara Glickstein. Diana Mason and I co-host Health Styles. Here's my ask. Please become a BAI buddy. It's only 33 cents a day, and that math equals $10 a month, and you're going to be supporting your station. Why don't you become one of us? Become that activist global citizen making a difference in the world every day, and just for 33 cents. We've been around for quite a while here at WBAI, and we think this is an awesome new idea. So please join us and become a BAI buddy. Go to WBAI.org and sign up. And thank you.
Hi.
And welcome. You're listening to WBAI Radio here in New York City. I'm Kathy Davis, standing by with Christine Blasdale. And in this program, we're going to be featuring some of the most incredible archival material that has been collected and compiled for you by the Pacifica Radio Archive. And the program is the Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection that we will be offering you for, it's a 5 CD set, and it is a pledge of $150. Now, this is not just your typical 5 CD set. They are MP3 discs. And so that means that on this collection, you'll be receiving 50 hours of material. That's right, 50 hours that has been preserved and digitized by the Pacifica Radio Archive. And this is a wonderful collection. On disc 1 are 10 hours of material, actually closer to 11. On disc 2, 9 hours and 55 minutes. On disc 3, 9 hours and 34 minutes. Disc 4 is 9 hours and 38 minutes. 5, 10 hours and 11 minutes. So this is one of the most comprehensive audio archives in honor of Black History Month. And we're asking you to make that phone call and make a pledge to support this program. The number is 516-620-3602. And when they answer the phone at the call center, tell them that you are calling to pledge for Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection. And again, that's a $150 pledge of support. And we're going to hear some audio clips from this collection. And what's really interesting is that not only does it feature some of the great historical figures of our time, it also features some of the more interesting of WBAI hosts as well. And one of the first clips we're going to play for you is of Muhammad Ali from 1968. And this is actually a piece an interview by Julius Lester, which is he's one of the WBAI producers from that period. So this is such a remarkable collection. We're going to hear from Dick Gregory, and Cornel West is on this collection. Coretta Scott King, H. Rap Brown, Amira Baraka, Jesse Jackson, Elijah Muhammad, W.E.B. Du Bois, Paul Robeson, Stokely Carmichael, did I say James Baldwin? I might have. So it just goes on and on and on. 50 hours, 50 hours of archival material for your pledge of $150, and that will go to support WBAI at a time when we are most needy of your support, really reaching out to you as we move into a whole new configuration of operating. We need your support so that we can raise enough money to pay our tower fees, our broadcast fees, to keep the radio station afloat as we transition to new spaces and hopefully more expansive and more well-equipped spaces. We need your support at 516-620-3602. The Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection. This collection should be in every home, especially any home that has children or grandchildren about. This is the history that they're not going to find in school. Every library should have this archival material. And if you are a teacher or a parent or a grandparent, or if you just want to know American history, because that's what Black history is, then make that pledge of $150 for the Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection. Christine?
Yeah, that's right. The Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection, we were talking earlier, Kathy was talking about the 5 CD set, over 50 hours of content. And folks, this is content that you cannot find anywhere else on the planet. Only here on Pacifica Radio, only here right now on WBAI. The number to call to get this exclusive content is 516-620-3602. Again, 516-620-3602. You will hear such incredible program. You'll hear Langston Hughes, Reverend Ralph Abernathy, the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the letter from the Birmingham, Alabama jail from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. You will also hear an incredible interview with Dick Gregory. There is an impassioned speech by James Baldwin after the murder of 4 children, and also you'll hear from Ossie Davis. You'll hear from Senator Robert Kennedy in Berkeley. This content is absolutely critical, and at a time right now when we want to be celebrating Black History Month, we want to be celebrating the struggle that has gone on before and continues today. The struggle to make things right and to fight for a better world for all. This is so very critical right now. We need to be reminded of it, and it will inspire you. This needs to be in every school, I do think, Kathy. The number to call, 516-620-3602. For just a $150 contribution, you will get this exclusive content, not available anywhere else. You can't go on Amazon. You get it. You can't Google it. It's only available here for your contribution of $150. 516-620-3602. We're going to get to start playing some clips now, but if you also really want to show your support, and if you can pledge more, if you can pledge more than $150, if you can pledge at the $500 level or the $1,000 level, I will tell you, I am visiting here from Los Angeles. I am absolutely amazed at what these wonderful people here at WBI are doing with so little. And yet the passion for the work comes through, the passion for providing you with this information, for keeping the voices like Dr. Martin Luther King alive today. This is what you need to support. More than getting the 5 CD set, you need to support the work that these wonderful people do. Kathy and Michael Haskins here I'm blown away. I'm actually really blown away at what you are able to accomplish, and it's a mountain ahead of you. I mean, it is a very big struggle to raise money in this time, but we have to.
We
have to keep the
absolutely
station
have
alive.
to. We absolutely have to. And you're right. I am so grateful and have so much admiration and respect for my colleagues here at the station. Everybody works tremendous hours, works very hard, and we're all working together because we believe and we understand that we're here in service to you, our listeners. This is a group effort, and we want this radio station, which has been here for some 52 going on 53 years, to be here in 100 years for our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren to be able to benefit from this legacy. But we can only do that with your support at 516-620-3602. And you're right, if you can make a pledge, as Christine said, at $500 or $1,000, maybe you can pledge at the $1,000 level, get a few of these sets and send them to the schools in the neighborhood. Make sure that all of your grandchildren have this 5 CD set. Maybe you want to be able to help the school centers. Maybe you want to be able to make this material available on a very wide scale. It's important. It's the audio you're not going to hear that would be lost to the world had not Pacifica Radio and certainly to a great extent WBAI contribute to this particular archive collection. 5 CD set. They are MP3 CDs. Digital, you would play them in your computer, but we're talking about 50 hours of material.
And you can burn them onto an MP3 player. You can rip them very easily onto your iPad or your cell phone, your smartphone. But really what's super critical about this is that this is not being taught. The information in these CDs, this is not being taught to our children, to our high schoolers, to our preteens, to our children. The struggle is not being taught. What's being taught is that Rosa Parks sat on the back of the bus and she decided that she wasn't going to do that anymore, and then boom, racism is gone. Everything's all fine now. That's how they've encapsulated it. That is insanity. What you get in this 5 CD set are the people themselves telling you of the struggle and the pain and the suffering and what needs to happen. Facing dogs, facing hoses, facing police brutality. You hear it from the people themselves who experienced it, and that's what young people need to know. Not just a line in a book, not just some little picture in a book, and a textbook that was written Lord knows when, but to hear Dr. Martin Luther King, to hear Reverend Ralph Abernathy talking how we all need to join the fight for freedom, black people and white people and brown people. You need to hear this. They need to hear it. It is inspirational material, not found anywhere else, and you really need to support it. Call right now, 516-620-3602, $150, Kathy, 50 hours of content that is so critical. Get this in the schools, because they don't know this, okay? Maybe they know the latest rapper, the latest song that's going on, the latest scandal that's hitting, but they don't know the history. They don't know the struggle, which continues today. It just looks a little different, but it continues today. We want to play some clips because Kathy and I could talk about this all the time, but you got to hear some of this stuff. So how about if we want to set up the first clip?
Well, yeah, I spoke about this a little bit earlier. It's Julius Lester with Muhammad Ali in 1968.
But I'm one who I hope and pray to Allah and his messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that I be one black man that they can look at and say, turn down all $10 million in commercials, royalties. Turn down the world heavyweight title. Where is he at? There he is, over there, sitting on the garbage can with the wine heads. He don't have to be over there. There he is, talking to the prostitute. There he is, picking up the brother out alley, taking him to the Muslim temple. There he is, selling a prostitute a Muslim newspaper. Ain't that something? He really don't have to do it. See, they have to look at me now greater than just in a boxing ring. Good fight, boy. White man got all the money. 2 Negroes cut each other up, and he pat him on the back. Good fight, boy. Great fight, boy. Good show, boy. Good dancing, boy. But they can't look at me like that. See, I get all respect because I follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You may not like Rap Brown or Stokely Carmichael, but they get more respect than the richest Negroes in America, the most white folks loving Negroes in America. When Rap Brown and Stokely Carmichael walk down the street, traffic stops. Rap Brown, where? There he is. Look at Carmichael Ware. White folks jumping out of windows looking at him, wanting to touch him. They admire warriors because they are warriors. They believe in dying and fighting for what they believe. They giving up $90 million a day in Vietnam and the guts of their children for a principle. They died and fought the Indians. Money don't mean nothing when your people are free and hungry and catching hell. So all of these so-called Negroes listen to this show. I hope you learned something from this. Damn some money when it comes to your mama's freedom. You're so quick to go to Vietnam and fight and shoot and kill somebody you don't know, fighting so they can be free, and you come home and you get your head busted. So if I gotta die, if I gotta sacrifice, if I gotta suffer, let it be for my black brothers and sisters. Let it be for my mama and not somebody 10,000 miles from here. So when you understand what I'm saying, when you weigh it out, if it means money or Tom, damn the money.
That is Muhammad Ali in 1968, right here on Pacifica Radio, right here at WBAI. Muhammad Ali. The number to call to get this incredible collection, the Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection, 5 CDs, 50 hours of content, $150 contribution to WBAI. It's 516-620-3602, 516-620-3602. Were you moved by that? That clip was only almost 2 minutes long. There are 50 hours of content like that on this 5 CD set. 516-620-3602. And he was talking about Vietnam. He could have been talking about right today, talking about Iraq, talking about Afghanistan, whatever the next war they want to get us into, and the lives that are being lost and the lives that are being crippled because of these wars. It's the same thing. And you know what? Who is the number one recruits are going off to these wars? Black and brown people.
It's so true, and they will recruit your child right out of school. And I think what's really powerful about this particular clip, you know, when Muhammad Ali is talking about damn some money, what he's saying is here is a professional athlete at the top of his game who's making a moral choice, and it's not very often that we see that in our world today. And I think this is something that young people, you know, they're out there, they emulate, you know, the big basketball stars and the big athletes, and they want the same sneakers, and they are being sort of moved into a psychological state where they're trying to copy off of these big athletes. But what are they really learning from them? And Muhammad Ali, as an athlete at the top of his game, was willing to sacrifice everything he had because he did not want to support war. And that is really the power in that clip.
Very.
And we want to ask you to support this program and to support this premium. Your pledge of $150. The number to call is 516-620-3602, because our young people today don't understand. They have not lived through these experiences, and they have not had any contact with representation, real understanding of what people went through, what sacrifices were made for them to be able to have what they have today. And on the same token, they need to understand how much they're still in the same place, how they're still stop and frisk, how they're still jailing young black children in these prisons. And this is a history that from which wisdom can arise, and that's what we want for all of our children today. 516-620-3602, a pledge of $150 for the Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection, and ask for it in that fashion, Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection, when you call that number of 516-620-3602, just to make sure that you're getting the right package.
And again, this is something that you cannot find anywhere else. It makes a wonderful gift for a young person. It is a wonderful thing to give a school, because we know that this is not being taught. This is not being covered. It is not being covered on television. It's not being covered on radio. It is not being covered anywhere else but here at Pacifica, at WBAI. Support this, please. 516-620-3602. Let's listen to more because there's so much content in this 5 CD set. And again, because these are MP3s, these CDs, all of these 50 hours can be easily transferred to your smartphone, to your MP3 player. And especially if you have a young person, this makes it fantastic because while they're riding on the bus, while they're walking around, they can listen with their headphones. Everybody's got headphones on, right? This is what they should be listening to, right? This is what they should be, this inspirational content. Let's listen now to more from Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection, yours for a $150 contribution by calling 516-620-3602.
You and I have never seen democracy. All we've seen is hypocrisy.
I do not believe that a few people should control the wealth of any land.
We are not begging for our own freedom. It is up to us to take it.
You know, when you go to jail for a righteous cause, you can accept the inconveniences of jail with a kind of inner sense of calm and an inner sense of peace.
Sing we, then gin we, jazz June we, dancing.
I would have to know once and for all what rights I had as a human being, even in Montgomery, Alabama.
And again, the name of the drama is freedom.
Thou shalt not believe that the world supports the United States.
If this society of yours is a great society, God knows I would hate to live in a bad one.
I think that the human race does command its own destiny. And that destiny can eventually embrace the stars.
And that was a clip from Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection, 5 CDs, 50 hours of content for a $150 contribution, 516-620-3602. Kathy?
Yes, and just to give you a sense of the depth of material that's on this set, this collection, the 5 CD collection, on the first CD is a panel on racism and civil rights struggle in the U.S. since the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King. There's also The Long Road, Frank Wilkerson interviewed by Elsa Knight Thompson. There's On the Power of Peaceful Persuasion, The Sit-ins and the New South, Lunch Counters and Jails, and it just goes on, and that all of that and additional material is available on that first disc. On the second disc, it's the memorial service for James Chaney. There's 100 Years of Freedom. James Baldwin, Living and Growing in a White World. Also, there's Dick Gregory. And then there's After the Murder of 4 Children by James Baldwin this is on disc 2. And there's just so much here that it's even difficult to read all the material to you without running out of time, and we actually want to get to another clip.
Yes.
The number is 516-620-3602. This is a remarkable 5 CD program, MP3 CDs, that allows us to put up to 11 hours on each CD, and it's accumulated 50 hours of material on these 5 CDs. It's an amazing collection. You won't find this material anywhere else in the world, really. Much of it is only available because it was recorded by one of the Pacifica stations, and it was archived by our Pacifica Radio archives. So this is a historical collection that you really can only find through Pacifica and through WBAI at this time. The number 516-620-3602. And for those of you who are on the web, maybe you want to go directly to our cart. It would be give2wbai.org. That's using the numeral 2, give2wbai.org. Or you can call 516 620-3602. It's a pledge of $150 for the 5 CD set.
And Kathy, the next clip that we want to play is a very powerful clip. It is Mr. Paul Robeson, who, again, not enough people know about, not enough young people know about. But when you hear him in his passion, and you hear how clearly he describes how important it is to be a world citizen, how important it is to, and at the time too, he was so big, and again, just like Muhammad Ali, talking about it's not about the fame, it's not about the money, it's about standing up for what's right. We want to play this clip, but I tell you what, we need another 3 people calling and pledging support. So we're going to hold, I hate to hold Paul Robeson hostage, but that's what we're going to do. We need 3 people to call 516-620-3602. We're only asking for a $150 contribution. You know, you can do payment plan through your credit card. It is a 5 CD set that you will not get anywhere else. Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection. And this is not just about Black History Month. This is something about justice, about social justice, about standing up for what's right, and for also talking about the struggle that continues today. You will hear in this Reverend Ralph Abernathy, Dr. Martin Luther King, Langston Hughes, Coretta Scott King, Dick Gregory. The list goes on and on and on. And Paul Robeson, who we're holding hostage until we get 2 more callers. Please give us a call. 516-620-3602.
We don't have to hold him hostage. He's such an elegant man. He would wait. He would say, you know what? We want to support this institution. 516-620-3602. And he was a remarkable warrior of his time, and really fought and struggled with this country and ended up leaving, actually.
A beautiful human being. A beautiful human being. We want to play this clip. Let's get one more call coming in, 516-620-3602. And we're asking for that 5 CD set, 50 hours of content for a $150 pledge. But if you can pledge more, if you believe in what we're playing, if you believe in the fact that this needs to be taught to young people, pledge at the $500 level. Get a few of these and get them to your local schools, your libraries, your community centers. Hey, you know what? Hand them out at the store. You know, you're walking down the street and you see somebody, hand them out freely to somebody. Call right now, 516-620-3602. If you can pledge at the $1,000 level, that would be so fantastic. All right, we got the pledge. Michael just gave us the thumbs up. Mm-hmm. So we got the pledge. This is my heart is just exploding because I love Mr. Paul Robeson. We're going to listen now, Paul Robeson talking about being a world citizen.
Well, tell me, Mr. Robeson, was your commitment to the political scene then largely as a result of your feeling about your own people, or our own people, let's put it, or did it have other overtones of political conviction?
First it starts as an American Negro interested in my own people. The other great change is very constant in my mind. I was in the Welsh Valley, and the Welsh people sing very much like we do in the Negro people.
Yes, I've heard
many of our songs, beautiful songs. And I was one of the few outsiders who has sung at a Welsh Eisteddfod, their national festival, which has gone on since the time of the Druids. And I went down in the mines with the workers, and they explained to me that, Paul, you may be successful here in England, but your people suffer like ours. We are poor people, and you belong to us. You don't belong to the bigwigs here in this country. And so I today feel as much at home in the Welsh Valley as I would in my own Negro section, any city in the United States. And I just did a broadcast by transatlantic cable to the Welsh Valley a few weeks ago. And here was the first understanding that the struggle of the Negro people, or of any people, cannot be by itself. That is the human struggle. And so I was attracted then to met many members of the Labour Party, and my politics embraced also the common struggle of all oppressed peoples, including especially the working masses, specifically the laboring people of all the world. And that defines my philosophy. It's a joining one of, we are a working people, a laboring people, the Negro people. And there's a unity between our struggle and those of white workers in the South. I've had white workers shake my hand and say, Paul, we're fighting for the same thing. And so this defines my attitude toward socialism and toward many other things in the world. I do not believe that a few people should control the wealth of any land. that it should be a collective ownership in the interest of all.
Is that a democratic socialism, or?
It would have to be a democratic socialism. There are many ways, however, to struggle toward democracy, as I see that in a place like China, for example, today, the Soviet Union, many other places, or take our own problems of Negroes. If we were free in the South tomorrow to carry our weight, to vote, and to everything, would we now look around and try to find the 10 billionaires among our people? Would we attempt to build them up, or would we try to answer the needs of the great millions of our people? And so I see other ways of life, socialism, as trying to solve the problems of millions and tens of millions of peoples at once, in a way, instead of we would start from the individual to the masses, they start from the masses this way. Now, there are two ways, and there are difficulties each way. I have made the decision to join in a collective struggle, and the reason that my personal sacrifices mean very little in the struggle. In one way, when you see the children at Little Rock, what does not giving a few concerts mean if you can make some other contribution? It's in that context. So nothing is perfect in the world. We're going toward it from different angles. I feel there's a great burden of proof on every society, on our own as well.
And that is the remarkable Paul Robeson, right from the Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection 5 CD set, over 50 hours of newly preserved and digitized audio. Folks, your contribution of $150 for those 5 CDs not only keeps WBAI on the air, but you are helping the Pacifica Radio archives. Those tapes would have been lost forever. What Paul Robeson said, what Dr. Martin Luther King has said, what Jesse Jackson has said, what Cornel West has said, what Muhammad Ali has said, what Dick Gregory has said in the past would have been lost forever to generations. But if not for the Pacifica Radio archives producing and protecting and digitizing this content, the number to call to support is 516-620-3602. 516-620-3602. If you're online and you want to give there, you can go to give to WBAI.org. There's a search bar. You can put in Pacifica Radios, or just put in Black History Month. Put in Black History Month and you will see the 5 CD set for $106-620-3602. We have more content to play. We want to play more clips, but we need 5 people right now calling at the $150 level. Or if there's someone out there, maybe there is someone who has done very well, you support this information getting out over the airwaves, and you can pledge at the $1,000 level. We really could use your contribution. 516-620-3602.
That's 516-620-3602. And we're asking you to go to that number, call that number, and request the Pacifica Radio's Black History Month collection. It's a 5 CD set. And if you ask for the Black History Month collection, that'll be the collection that you receive. Again, that number is 516-620-3602. That's 516-620-3602. And what we're asking you to do is to just let yourself be in a position to be an educator in your community. Let yourself be in a position to be able to elevate the intelligence and the what's the word? I want to say IQ, but that's the wrong word. But, just be able to allow the children, the young people in your community to have access to their real world history, not what might be condensed on a commercial or on a little 1 minute promotion on the television, not condensed down to a paragraph that they might find in their textbook, but to actually be able to hear the voices, the passion of the voices of the people that are included on this collection. It's a $150 pledge. Maybe you can pledge at the $300 level, keep one for yourself, and give one to the neighborhood school. Or maybe you can pledge at the $600 level and make sure that the library, and not just the high school, but the middle school has one of these sets. You can really make an investment in the mind of our people, of our community, of our society. So many folks out there don't have a comprehension. A lot of younger people don't really know. They weren't there. You may have been there, but they weren't. And they don't have an idea of just how passionate and powerful and courageous these people are who have made up our history, who have made the sacrifices so that all of us have those things, that lifestyle that we have. It didn't come easy. 516-620-3602. The job isn't done, I would say, either. But, you know, this is an education that helps people to understand the complexities of what we're still dealing with. 516-620-3602 is your number to call.
And, the times may have changed. Some of these, the clips that we're hearing are from people who spoke, 50 years ago. But really the power structure hasn't. If anything, it is enhanced. It's gotten smarter and slicker and a lot more aggressive, and the struggle still continues. It is the same struggle in many, many respects. Even if it's economic slavery as opposed to physical slavery, if it's the prison industrial complex that so easily throws our young, talented men and women into prison, or the military industrial complex which steals our children and sends them off to war for empire, for oil, for gas, for natural resources, whatever. It continues today, and we want to get this information out to young people and to get it to you, to remind you as well. The number to call is 516-620-3602. Again, I would love to have someone pledge at the $1,000 level. It is needed so seriously right now from WBAI, but it is also your radio station that you want to keep alive. WBAI right now. Call us at 516-620-3602. We want to play a clip now. We want to get, this is, again, talking about 50 years ago. This was 50 years ago. James Baldwin speaking in this clip after the death of, I think it was, what does he have on here? The death of 4 children. This is an impassioned speech. We want you to keep those calls coming in. This is a longer clip. We think it's very important for you to play this, so please contribute and keep those calls coming in at 516-620-3602.
Now, I have to say some very reckless things tonight, and so I want to make it absolutely clear that I am talking for myself. I am not, I might be at other platforms and other occasions, more or less representing this or that organization or this or that committee, but tonight I am talking to you as Jimmy Baldwin, who was born in Harlem 39 years ago, who has a certain responsibility to the people that produced him. That is all of you. And I'm speaking to you, if I may say so, not as an organizer, and not as a Negro leader, and not as a public figure, not as any of those things, but as one of the poets that you produced. We have to talk about economics tonight, and in some detail, we must talk about morals, and I think in some detail, and we must talk about something even more difficult to put one's finger on, which for the moment we will call morale. And the assumption on which I am speaking is this, that whether or not we like it, we have reached a point, black and white, in this country where all of the previous systems of communication, negotiation, accommodation has become unusable. A few days ago, it was suggested by some of us, as forcefully as we knew how, that in order for the country to be unable to ignore and to forget the slaughter of 6 children in an American city, and in order to join the issue and bring the battle to where the battle really is, that is to say, to strike at the economic structure, that no one, black or white, should buy any presents for Christmas. I think that we should spell this out perhaps a little more precisely. I mean, and now I'm speaking for myself, that in this Christian nation, Christmas is mainly, as indeed are most churches, a commercial endeavor, having nothing whatever to do with the birth or the death of Christ. That if one begins to serve notice, ultimately on the banks, that we, the citizens of this country, do not consider that we have the right to celebrate Christmas this year, and that furthermore, we will use every weapon in our power to force this on the attention of the American Republic, which unluckily, I have to say, has its conscience mainly in its pocketbook. I believe that we will begin to see some notion of our potential power. Let me put it this way. Before this country was established, when the country was being established, and this apart from what one's textbooks say, and in contradistinction to the television myths about the building, the discovery of America, the people who came to America, as it turns out, were neither heroes, saints, nor pilgrims. They were simply people who couldn't make it where they were. And that is why they came. They came here to make, as we like to say, a better life for themselves and their children. And as it turned out, and as it always does indeed turn out, what they meant by a better life for themselves and their children was the opportunity to make more money and oppress somebody else. Which is what they did. The Indians have vanished, except for those we have under protective custody. And in order to build the country, it was necessary to find a source of cheap labor. And therefore, 400 years later, I represent the only man who never wanted to come here. But if I had not come under the double coercion of the Bible and the gun, I very much doubt that we would have all those railroads, and cotton would never have become king. And in short, the American economy would be at best a very different matter. Now, if we had the economic weight to line the track and dam the rivers and hoe the cotton and also raise the children, we can now use that weight for the first time for ourselves and for the liberation of this country.
That was fantastic. That was absolutely fantastic. Folks, if you're just tuning in, we're listening to a special Fund Drive program. I'm Christine Blasdale and joined with Kathy Davis, and we are talking about Black History Month, a 5 CD set that is available to you for $150 contribution. If you call this number, 516-620-3602. Make sure you tell the phone answers that you want the Black History Month collection. All you got to do is say Black History Month. It's a 5 CD set for $150 contribution. The number to call again is 516-620-3602. That was James Baldwin. That was 50 years ago. That needs to be heard by today's young people. That needs to be heard today by people who are 50 years old, to remind them of what has happened, but also what continues to happen right now. Racism isn't gone. Injustice isn't gone. It's just got a new slick look about it, right?
Absolutely. It's and actually it's not even slicking. That's slick all the time, because when you're a young black man on the street, maybe minding your business, but any police officer can stop you and ask you what you're doing, why you're standing there. They can frisk you. They can take away your liberties. They're just sort of tempting and waiting for this young person to respond in such a way that allows them to do more damage. We're still really dealing with the same thing. It's an illusion to think that we're not. The slickness is what you see on the TV, what you hear on the mainstream, that tries to make us believe that the problem doesn't still exist. But we know that it does, and we know that we can do something about it best by educating ourselves and educating our youth. The number to call is 516-620-3602, 516-620-3602. Ask for the Black History Month collection 5 CD set when you call that number, and you will receive the gift of 50 hours. That's 50 hours on 5 MP3 CDs. And this is such a rich collection. You won't run out of things to listen to for the rest of your life, I would say, because there's so much richness here that you could probably even listen to these things again and again and again. That's 516-620-3602. Really, do your children know who James Chaney is, much less to have heard the memorial service of James Chaney? I mean, this is so rich with material that you're not going to want to miss out on this particular collection. 516-620-3602. There are talks here about the Black Panthers. There are talks about Newark, the riots in Newark. There are talks about what does it talk about? The emotional roots of racism. There's so much here that's being discussed, looking at these issues from many different perspectives, and it actually still is relevant today. 516-620-3602 is your number to call to show your support for WBAI Radio and to receive for your pledge this 50-hour 5 CD set, Black History Month collection.
516-620-3602. We know that the calls are coming in. When you do call, please ask for the Black History Month collection. It is a $150 contribution, 5 CDs, 50 hours. You can rip them onto your MP3 player or your smartphone, or just listen to them from the CDs. You can share these with your family and friends. Again, 50 hours of content. You cannot find this anywhere else. Go ahead, try and find it on Amazon. You're not going to be able to get this anywhere else but right here on Pacifica Radio, right here at WBAI at 516-620-3602. If you're on the internet, if you're listening to us on the internet, you can pledge securely with your credit card at give2WBAI.org. There's a little search box there. You can just put in Black History Month. You will come up with the 5 CD set. You can get that for $150 contribution, and you can do some shopping while you're there. If you see other items that you like, you can pledge for those as well. So you can get a few things, but please pick up the phone right now. These voices need to be heard. We want to play more clips. We want to be able to have you hear Dick Gregory from 1963, 50 years ago. We want to have Dick Gregory's voice out there on the airwaves, but we need just a few more callers, maybe 2 or 3 more callers pledging at the $150 level, or one fantastic angel out there. You know, I'm from the city of Los Angeles, the city of angels. I don't think that Los Angeles has the only angels. I'm sorry. I think New York, because I'll tell you something, Kathy, New York has been so wonderful to me. I've been here before. It's my second trip out. I have been received with open arms, not only the staff here at WBAI who work so hard for you, the listener. I will tell you, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm going to tell you they work extremely hard under extremely difficult circumstances. Under the best circumstances, community radio is stressful, okay? You don't get paid much, you're overworked, it's stressful being on the air and producing stuff. But when you have what these people are up against, to come through day in, day out, 24 hours a day to bring you this content, you have no idea how lucky you are to have WBAI, to have these wonderful folks like Michael, like Kathy, working for you on your behalf, preserving these voices. Please give them some support right now. The number to call, 516-620-3602. My angel out there is going to pledge. I know my angel is out there. And my angel is maybe, I don't know, driving somewhere, being driven somewhere, and says, you know what, $5,000 is nothing to me. And $5,000 would mean so much to that radio station with a signal that reaches so many people. Imagine what $5,000 will do, Kathy.
It would go a long way. It really would go a long way. And so for that angel, and if I add my angel,
oh, yes,
then we can get another $5,000.
Then we got 10 grand.
And we got 10 grand, and that's really what we need. Then we're really talking then. 516-620-3602 is your number to call to make a pledge of support for WBAI. You can pledge the $150 level, and we will thank you with the Black History Month Collection 5 CD set. Let's play another clip. We're just about out of time.
Yes, we're going to play.
You can keep those calls coming in. 516-620-3602.
Let's listen to Dick Gregory.
Dick, why did you go to Birmingham?
Well, I guess for the same reason I went to Greenwood, Mississippi.
Okay, why'd you go to Mississippi at all, in the first place?
Well, as I read the account of actually what was going on in these areas in the South, and think of the 3 kids that I have, and knowing that the people that's breaking down the barriers down south, and not only breaking them down for themselves, but breaking them down for myself, my wife, and my family, and I feel that it's part of my job to help them break it down, being that all of us will reap the benefits from this. I debated the night before I flew into Greenwood, Mississippi, simply because I had a new son, and I hadn't been able to get back to Chicago to see the boy, and Mississippi won out. Because when I lay there and thought that if America had to go to war in the morning, I would be willing to go. And when I can go to any of the 4 corners of the world, take a chance on losing my life, being away from my loved ones, to guarantee a foreigner a better way of life, I must be able to go and guarantee the Negro a better way of life.
And that number to call is 516-620-3602. We're going to be here just for 2 minutes more. So we need for you to get those phone calls. And guess what? We can take more than one of your calls, so you don't have to wait for the other person. You can call right now at 516-620-3602. We're going to be moving on to the next program. We want you to stay tuned for a very, very special program that will be described in just a moment. But let's take these last few minutes to support the Black History Month collection, a 5 CD set at the level of $150 pledge.
This is really your last opportunity to pledge for the Black History Month collection. It is 5 CDs, 50 hours of content. You will not hear this or get this anywhere else. Langston Hughes, Reverend Ralph Abernathy, Dr. Martin Luther King, Dick Gregory, who we just heard a clip from. Also, James Baldwin, who speaks about after the murder of 4 children. Ossie Davis is in this. Also, Senator Robert Kennedy has an impassioned speech. So many folks in this 50 hours. And this is information from all across the network. You'll hear from Julian Bond, Angela Angela Davis. Dick Gregory also talks about fasting, an interview with Huey Newton. Again, the list goes on and on and on. You will not get this anywhere else, but more importantly, folks, you will not get WBAI anywhere else. And if we lose this gem, if we lose this signal, if we lose this radio station, that will be a crime. That will be a complete crime, because you will not get this information. These voices will not be heard. Sarah Vaughan is in this collection, okay? You will not hear from the wonderful, beautiful songstress Sarah Vaughan. Again, give us a call, 516-620-3602, 516-620-3602. We need 3 calls in the next, 30 seconds, 60 seconds?
Because we're at the end of our time here. We need for you to call.
3 more people.
And you could do it simultaneously.
Come on.
516-620-3602. It's only a pledge of $150 for the Black History Month collection 5 CD set. It's a $150 pledge of support. Pledge for 1, pledge for 2. Give us $1,000 or $5,000 if you can. We are here really working for the survival and the future of WBAI Radio. We need your support. 516-620-3602. And I'd like to thank you and welcome you back, Christine.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to Michael Haskins. Thank you, Kathy Davis. We want to let listeners know they can stay tuned for more Fund Drive programming coming to them right from WBAI, your community radio station. Please keep the calls coming in, 516-620-3602.
In a phrase, how I feel. Have you ever heard 2 turtle doves, bill and coo, when they love? That's the kind of magic music we make with our lips when we kiss. And there's a weepy old willow, he really knows how to cry. That's how I'd cry on my pillow if you should tell me farewell and goodbye. Lullaby a birdland whisper low, kiss me sweet and we'll go flying high in birdland, high in the sky up above, all because we're in love.
Justice. And I'm Genesis. And you're listening to WBAI 99.5 FM at WBAI.org.
É no fundo de mato, é no fundo de minha coração. Te toca forte tambor, que lei sagrado. Tá no fundo de mato, tá no fundo de minha coração. E te toca forte tambor, que lei sagrado. Branco de luar, e fica marado chão, o dito de sucuro. Branco de luar, e fica marado, o dito de sucuro. Mistério de noite, luta contra nossos corpos, lutam contra nossos olhos também. A nota desse coração, fala e dá chorinho. Mistério de noite, lutam contra nossos corpos, lutam contra nossos olhos também. A nota desse coração, canta e dá chorinho. Uma chora na solidão, pisa dormir, mas que seguir. Minha filho, minha amor de mim,
And it's just about 3 p.m. here in New York City at 99.5 FM WBAI and WBAI.org on the web. Good afternoon. My name is Michael G. Haskins, the station's chief announcer and your host and radio guide weekday afternoons. Coming up next, Talk Back with Hugh Hamilton as we continue our winter fundraising and membership drive. Let me give you that number really quickly if you're just tuning in right now. It's 516-620-3602. 516-620-3602. WBAI, listener-sponsored WBAI, commercial-free WBAI, community radio WBAI.
It is Thursday. It is February 28th. It is 2 minutes after the hour. This is WBAI New York. A very happy birthday tomorrow to Sanda Aronson. That's Sanda, whose birthday is on February 29th. I can't remember how old she is now. She divides the number of years by 4, and quite understandably so, and we'll be celebrating her birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday, Sanda. This is WBAI New York. We're listener-sponsored, commercial-free, and we're broadcasting at 99.5 FM and streaming live on the web at WBAI.org, where these programs are also archived for a period of 90 days from the date of broadcast. I am Hugh Hamilton. The audio engineer is Mr. Michael G. Haskins, who is also our director of incidental music. And today, February 28th, marks the end or the culmination of Black History Month. And we're not going to get into this question of whether Black history is important only during one month of the year, or whether it's only important in the shortest month of the year, or whether every month is Black History Month and all that. Suffice it to say that today marks the culmination of observances officially marking Black History Month, and we are going to mark that occasion today with a program that is not for the faint of heart or for the squeamish. So if you're either faint of heart or squeamish, then today's program is not for you. But if you choose to remain with us, as I hope you will, then I'd also like you to make a note of this number. It is 516-620-3602. That's 516-620-3602. 3602 for this February 28th edition of the program Talkback. Now, that number I just gave you is the number that we would like you to call with your tax-deductible contribution to WBAI throughout the course of this afternoon. And your pledge of support to this radio station at a level that is comfortable and convenient for you is what makes it possible for us to bring you the kind of programming such as you will be hearing this afternoon, such as we presented yesterday, the kind of programming that you hear throughout the course of the broadcast day, 24/7, 7 days a week here on WBAI. The programming, the voices, the perspectives, the information, the music, the drama, the art, the reporting that you are not going to get elsewhere because we are not beholden to any of the corporate or commercial interests. We are beholden only to you, and we thank you very much for the support that has made it possible for us to be able to function as this editorially independent diadem in the middle of the FM dial. The title of the program today, Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. Yes, you heard me correctly. Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. And the title of the program is taken from the book of the same name, written by Tom Burrell. Tom Burrell, who is the marketing and communications pioneer and Advertising Hall of Fame inductee, who is credited with revolutionizing the image of African Americans in television and changing the face of American advertising. His award-winning work promoted positive and realistic images of blacks and acknowledged the purchasing power of the African American community. Mr. Burrell is not only a pioneer in the field of marketing and communications, but is also inducted into the National Advertising Hall of Fame. And it is a rare distinction. And we were very privileged to have him come into our studios and talk with us about his book, Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. Suzanne Taylor says of the book that with uncompromising courage, Burrell has created an indispensable book for our time, and I would like to second that motion. I would like to echo those sentiments. It is indeed a remarkable book, an insightful book, a challenging and provocative book, and a controversial book, which is why I said today's program is neither for the faint of heart nor for the squeamish, because Tom Burrell, quite frankly, he throws it down, he tells it like he sees it. He calls it as he sees it. And Tom Burrell, who is a septuagenarian, he's well into his 70s now, and so he's got he's able to play what I hear referred to as the old black person's card, which is old black people are able to say anything that they feel like saying. They've earned the right to say whatever is on their mind without having to sugarcoat it, or without having to look over their shoulders, or without having to parse it in some way that it is especially attractive or pleasing, or to mitigate the impact of what it is that they're saying. No. The so-called the old black person's card is a card that you get when you're old enough to be able to simply call it and tell it as you see it, and you don't pull any punches and you don't care. And that is what Tom Burrell does in this book, Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. The book and my exclusive companion interview with Tom Burrell are available this afternoon to you as a thank you gift with your $100 pledge of support to WBAI. That's a $100 tax-deductible contribution to WBAI will get you your very own copy of the book and the companion interview. The companion interview, well, you know these long-form interviews that I do. These exclusive long-form interviews are available only here, and they're really terrific interviews. I have to tell you this. Maybe one day I'll just simply cast modesty aside and read from some of the accolades that I have received from some of these interviewees about the work that we have done on the program. But that's for another day. For now, suffice it to say that the book and the companion interview. And remember, the interview is available exclusively only here, and we'll send it to you. It's on an audio CD that's just over an hour long. So you get the book and the companion CD with your pledge of support at the $100 level. Now, the interview on CD as a standalone item is also available at the $35 pledge level. So you can get the compact disc, the audio CD of the interview at the $35 pledge level, or you can get the book as a standalone item at the $75 pledge level. But I'm offering it this afternoon to you at the $100 level together, because you really need need to have them both. You really want to have the book. And you need to have the book, and you would definitely want to have the interview. And over the course of the afternoon, I'm going to be sharing excerpts from that interview with you. But first, here's how Tom Burrell begins his book. Here's how he introduces the topic, Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. Tom Burrell writes, quote, "We are strong, survivors of the Middle Passage, the whip, and the chains. We have survived centuries of terror, humiliation, vilification, and deprivation. We are smart. Even when our literacy was illegal, we learned quickly, invented, discovered, built, taught, and excelled against all odds. We are creative, making a way out of no way and constantly birthing and rebirthing American art and culture. So then why, after all this time, when calculating the achievement of the American dream, are we still ranked at the bottom of almost every good list and at the top of the bad lists? Why, despite our apparent strength, intelligence, and resourcefulness, do we continue to lag behind and languish in so many aspects of American life? The answer," he writes, "is inextricably linked to the hundreds of years blacks have lived with white guilt and black shame. It lurks just beneath the surface of the American consciousness like a cancer that can't be healed because it can't be discussed honestly and openly." He goes on in his first chapter, "The Scorch at the Bottom of the Melting Pot," to write about this problem of black inferiority and the marketing thereof. He says that the marketing of black inferiority and white superiority as building blocks for the founding of America is a chicken that has finally come home to roost, and now we must ask ourselves, did the world's greatest brainwashing campaign work? And he concludes, yes, it has worked brilliantly. Because, you see, as a pioneering marketing and communications genius and an Advertising Hall of Fame inductee, Tom Burrell is able to bring the weight and the depth of his experience as a professional in the field of marketing to an analysis of why it is that the black community in this country, that the African American community, continues to be assailed and inflicted by so many pathologies. He asks, for example, a series of questions, which he describes as fundamental questions, which he then proceeds to address in this book. And some of these answers may, in your view, resolve the questions, or maybe they might lead to additional questions of your own. And this is why I said it is a controversial and a provocative book. It is not a book. Today's program is controversial, it is provocative, it is not for the faint of heart or for the squeamish, because Tom Burrell raises some very uncomfortable questions, and he posits a number of theories that are no less uncomfortable and provocative and controversial than the questions themselves. For example, he asks, of the African American community, of blacks in the United States, why can't we build strong families? Why do we perpetuate black sexual stereotypes? Why are black and beauty still contradictions? Why do we keep killing each other? Why are we killing ourselves? Why can't we stop shopping? Why do we expect so little of each other and of ourselves? Why do we give up our power so willingly? Why can't we stick and stay together? And why is the joke always on us? He writes, even at this unprecedented and powerful point in American history, friends, colleagues, and well-wishers still express their frustration with Black America's ever-worsening dependency on handouts, corporate sponsorships, and our kids' lack of respect for anything and anyone, especially themselves. And so he says, they finally convinced him that his advertising-based discovery about the brainwashing of blacks in America and his ideas about how to finally reverse its effects could fill a book. And this is that book. The book is called Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. Here's the number to call. 516-620-3602. That's 516-620-3602. There are 12 chapters in this book. There's the scorch at the bottom of the melting pot. There's the chapter on relationships, a chapter titled Studs and Sluts. Why do we conform to black sexual stereotypes? Chapter 4, Uglified. Why are black and beautiful still contradictions? Chapter 5, Homicide. Why do we keep killing each other? And he calls it homicide, as in homie, as in homies. Homey. Homicide, he calls it. A play, of course, on the word. Chapter 6, Slow Suicide. Why do we neglect body, mind, and spirit? Chapter 7, Buy Now, Pay Later. Why can't we stop shopping? Chapter 8, D's Will Do. That's D as in the letter D. D's Will Do. Why do we expect so little of each other and ourselves? In fact, I want to start there. D's Will Do, Chapter 8. Let me find that. It's page 161. Let me find that here now, because I did highlight several segments in this chapter that I wanted to share with you. And then I'm going to share some of my exclusive interview, my conversation with Tom Burrell. Remember, the book and the companion interview are available right now, and we're offering them right now to you as a thank you gift with your tax-deductible contribution to WBAI at the $100 level. And on this final day of Black History Month 2013, I'd like you to take advantage of this offer. And I'd like you to call that number and to make your pledge. You can use your Visa, American Express, or MasterCard. You can honor your pledge with a personal check or money order. You can use the electronic funds transfer system or the installment plan. The number is 516-620-3602. That's the number to call to get your thank you gift, your copy of Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. And you want to share this with other people too. You want to share this with friends and family. You want to share this with children in your family, in your neighborhood, in your community, in your church, your synagogue, in your mosque, in your temple, your mandir. You want to share this with others. Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority, Brainwashed, is the title of the book. Tom Burrell writes that perhaps in no other area, and this from his chapter, D's Will Do, that's the letter D, as in A's for distinction, B, C, and D. D's will do. Why do we expect so little of each other and ourselves? He writes, perhaps in no other area, has the African-American story seen so many twists and dead ends and sinkholes than in the dominion of education. More important, perhaps, no other discussion makes African Americans as uncomfortable as the topic of why our children lag so far behind the children of other races. He then goes on to list what he calls the D's Will Do dynamics. He asks the question, what is it that feeds the black underachievement? What is it that feeds the black underachievement that is plaguing our communities? And he posits four I mentioned this before, this is not for the faint of heart or for the squeamish, because you don't, if you're easily offended by this kind of material, then you want to do something else. But if, as I hope you will, if you choose to stay with us, as I hope you will, then this is going to be a revelation. This is going to be an education. And this is going to revolutionize the way you look at these things and the way in which you consider some of the pathologies that you and I both know are so pervasive in the black community. Remember, the book is Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. And you get the book and the companion interview with author Tom Burrell, National Hall of Fame inductee and marketing and communications pioneer. You get both the book and the audio CD with the companion interview, which is an exclusive interview. You get those together with your pledge as a thank you gift at the $100 pledge level. So he asks, what is it that feeds the black underachievement that plagues our communities? Number one, he says, is the fear of failure. Out of fear or their own sense of inadequacy, parents too often stifle a child's urge to attempt academic success. Fear of failure promotes a why even try attitude and detours promising youth into pathways of mediocrity and underachievement. His second theory, what is it that feeds the black underachievement that plagues our community? Misguided protection. He writes that black parents who want their kids to feel good about themselves rebel against having them stigmatized as failures. Parents become unreasonably protective and defensive, defending both their children and themselves from feelings of inferiority. Number three, success neurosis. Black children are discouraged from moving ahead of the group. Smart kids are ostracized as being stuck up or accused of acting white. Black parents often don't recognize the importance of providing kids with the tools that are necessary to handle negative attitudes and destructive trends. Number four, the best black syndrome. This one I find particularly intriguing. The so-called best black syndrome, as he describes it. Burrell writes, to compensate for centuries of discrimination and exclusion, and to protect blacks' sense of self-worth, segregated categories of black achievement and accomplishment have been established. A black student isn't the best engineer, but lands in the default position of being the best black engineer. In many ways, he says, African Americans have romanticized and institutionalized low expectations. Often our goal is not to be the best, but to be the best black, as in best black business or best black doctor or best black college. And inherent in these labels, he argues, is a subliminal acceptance that our best is somehow naturally inferior or somehow different from the white best. For example, and he gives this example, Tom Burrell is the founder of Burrell Communication, the image of African Americans in television, and changed the face of American advertising. Burrell Communications, which he founded. And as he explains in the book, Burrell Communications was often cited as the _1 advertising and marketing firm among black agencies. Here's what he says. This was a bittersweet acknowledgement. I would have happily swapped the #1 firm rating among black agencies for the number 24 rating among all agencies. Why? Because it's far more important to be rated on a level playing field for the entire industry than to be a winner in an inferior category. Besides, all black firms combined do not bring in the equivalent billings of even one medium-sized, successful white agency. You see where he's coming from here? You see why I told you that this is not for the faint of heart or for the squeamish? Okay? Because he continues in this vein. He writes, to counter historical attempts to mute our accomplishments, we have created exclusive categories aimed at boosting our self-worth. We note the businesses that make Black Enterprise Magazine's 100 largest black-owned companies list. We celebrate black learning institutions like Spelman College, Howard University, Morehouse, and other schools on the top black colleges listings. These black businesses and schools rank high in the restricted zone of blackness, but are often invisible on Fortune 500's top American corporations or Forbes' America's Best Colleges list, which includes universities such as Harvard and Yale. And rarely do we question why the black entities are either positioned at the low end or not ranked at all on these prestigious best lists. And for many of us, black success is all we can reasonably expect. Now, let me, because I've read this book several times, from cover to cover, and not several times, because I've read the book from cover to cover at least once, and have read each of the 12 chapters more than once. Because of that, I have an understanding and an overview. I have an understanding of his argument that perhaps you might not yet have, because you have not yet read the book. Because what he is saying here is that these separate categories of blackness and the ranking into separate categories of blackness, which are understood to be inherently, quote, inferior, that this is not because blacks cannot compete on a level playing field. He goes on to explain that for the most part, the problem is that black institutions have been denied the equal opportunity to compete on this equal or level playing field. So what he is saying here is, it's yes, we do take note of the best black universities and colleges, and we know that those universities and colleges exist in a separate list from the best universities and colleges in the country, like Harvard and Yale. So why is it that we don't insist that the best black universities and colleges be ranked alongside universities and colleges like Harvard and Yale, which are known, which are thought to be, quote, mainstream, which means white in American terms? Well, because when you understand the history, you know why it is that these black institutions were created in the first place, and you also know the uphill struggle that they've had to wage in order to accomplish what they have. But his underlying thesis remains that having this segregated category of accomplishment or achievement is in a manner of speaking a self-defeating enterprise, because it takes our eye off the ball. Now, he goes on to explain a little later on in this very chapter, in a section of the chapter subtitled "Miseducating the Negro." Tom Burrell writes that the foundation for black failure was laid long before the U.S. Supreme Court in 1896 ruled that racially separate facilities were constitutional. The common school system, which served as the model for black schools, was thoroughly skewed to support and foster white superiority, as Harvard scholar Dr. Carter G. Woodson stressed in his landmark thesis, The Miseducation of the Negro, in which he notes that the so-called modern education, with all its defects, however, does others so much more good than it does the Negro, because it has been worked out in conformity to the needs of those who have enslaved and oppressed weaker peoples. Burrell writes that each generation after the 17th century produced crops of white scholars who specialized in the theory of black inferiority and legitimized warped hypotheses that circulated through the country's most elite institutions of higher learning. In the 2000 academic brief calling for a freestanding Africana Studies major program at Ramapo College of New Jersey, Professors Dr. Carl Johnson and Dr. David Lewis Coleman gave a history of institutionalized racism in learning institutions. Here's some of what they wrote. Quote, until the 1960s, most U.S. historians taught, and this is taught as in the past tense of teach. Until the 1960s, most U.S. historians taught that southern states had been forced to adopt Jim Crow in response to African American corruption and incompetence during Reconstruction. For the first 3 decades of the 20th century, scientific racism defined much of social science and natural science scholarship. Many prominent biologists, sociologists, psychologists, and anthropologists dedicated their scholarly lives to proving the moral and intellectual inferiority of Africans and their descendants in order to justify the racism endemic in U.S. institutions. Now back to Burrell. Burrell notes that though most segregated schools were woefully underfunded and incompatible with white schools, they were at least, and pay close attention to this argument, because this argument gets to be, it goes to a very controversial issue. in U.S. history, in the public discourse, and a very divisive issue within the African American community. So I want you to pay close attention to the way in which he leads up to this question. He notes that although most segregated schools were woefully underfunded and incompatible with white schools, they were at least located in segregated black neighborhoods and largely influenced by black administrators, teachers, and parents. Within the area of their own control, blacks therefore had the opportunity to learn and adapt from trial and error. However, this brief educational experiment ended abruptly in 1954 when the Supreme Court offered blacks a better alternative. The hope placed in the establishment of independent black learning institutions shifted drastically after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that racial separation in schools was wrong and fostered feelings of inferiority in black children. Fortified with the belief that white schools offered better opportunities for their children, Southern blacks boldly confronted vicious mobs intent on keeping their kids out of historically white learning institutions. Perhaps the most memorable of these clashes was the September 1957 showdown in Little Rock, Arkansas, when 9 black students, known as the Little Rock Nine, integrated Central High School with the help of armed federal guards. Yet, more than half a century after legal desegregation, Central High and other schools across the country still struggle with segregation and inequality and underachieving black youth. Government-mandated integration, as noted by Dr. Terrence Roberts, one of the Little Rock Nine students, just was not enough to counteract the legacy of racism. After Brown against Board of Education, BURRELL notes, black schools were either shuttered or further deprived of resources. Millions of black kids throughout the country were bussed out of their neighborhoods into white school districts. Black teachers, principals, parents, and students abandoned neighborhoods and headed for suburbia, seeking the promise of superior education. Many black kids were cast from protective environments and placed in schools where they weren't wanted, were not understood, and were not treated as able or equal. In her book, Walking in Circles, the Black Struggle for School Reform, published posthumously in 2007, legendary educator Barbara Sizemore bluntly wrote that the Brown decision led us down a dangerous path which began when we agreed to say anything that is all black was all bad. Now, this is how he sets up his sub-chapter titled Integrated Inferiority. Because, as you know, there is an argument out there, and this is WBAI New York, 31 minutes after the hour. The program is Talkback, and I am Hugh Hamilton with Michael G. Haskins, our audio engineer and director of incidental music. As you know, there is in the African-American community, in the black community, a robust argument that has been taking place now for decades. And it is whether this the forcible desegregation of schools in the United States was led to a net loss for the African American community, and it is a very delicate subject and a very delicate argument. But Tom Burrell, because he's got the old black person's card, he doesn't dance around the subject. He goes straight to the heart of the issue. Here's what he says. Although integration was sold as the necessary step toward black academic excellence, in reality, it was a plunge into the quicksand of failure. Now, you don't get any more blatant than that. I mean, there's only one way to understand that statement. It's a simple, forthright and declarative statement. Although integration was sold as the necessary step toward black academic excellence, in reality it was a plunge into the quicksand of failure. As Carter G. Woodson stressed almost 80 years ago, blacks had integrated into a system that inspires and stimulates the oppressor with the thought that he is everything and has accomplished everything worthwhile, depresses and crushes at the same time the spark of genius in the Negro by making him feel that his race does not amount to much and never will measure up to the standards of other peoples. So, according to Burrell, the promise of black achievement had been intricately entwined with a system in which blacks had no control. Subtle, blatant, conscious or unconscious attitudes lead educators to expect less of black and Latino students than of whites. It impacts curriculum, policies, and how funds are allocated to public schools. These attitudes factor into the popular practice of tracking, where disproportionate numbers of black and Latino students are relegated to low tracks, most often with less experienced teachers. Children consigned to these tracking programs are rarely reclassified even after they've shown improvement. Educational theorists and scholars, eager to escape the implications of the past, are unaware of the BI campaign. The BI campaign referring here to the Black Inferiority campaign. Remember, the book is called Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. And as a marketing and communications guru, Tom Burrell is looking at this through the lens of through a marketing lens, through an advertising lens. He's basically saying that the myth of black inferiority is probably the most effective marketing campaign ever launched in American history. And it has worked for hundreds of years. So he writes that educational theorists and scholars, eager to escape the implications of the past, are unaware of the black inferiority campaign. They compare black achievement with students who have not been permanently typecast as less than. Asian students, for example, have not internalized the stigma that they are less intelligent than whites. Children may not be able to identify the subtleties of institutionalized racism, but they are aware of how teachers and policies make them feel. Unable to comprehend the feeling that they are less intelligent or worthwhile than whites, many young people simply give up hope, rejecting the negativity and the school system itself. Now I'm going to pause there, and that is from Chapter 8, which is titled, These Will Do, Why We Expect So Little of Each Other and Ourselves. The number that we'd like you to call is 516-620-3602. I need 30 of those calls. And the number is 516-620-3602. We'd like you to get this book and the companion interview. I'm going to share excerpts from the interview with you in a moment. But in about maybe a minute or two, no more than 2 minutes hence, we'll share some excerpts from the interview with you. But we'd like you to call. We'd like you to join those who are on the line right now. We'd like you to call 516-620-3602. That's the number to call with your pledge of support to WBAI and your support for Talkback and your support for listener-sponsored commercial-free radio. 516-620-3602. You can also pledge online by going to give2WBAI.org. Or you can just simply go to the WBAI website, WBAI.org, and right there on the front page, right at the top of the home page on the WBAI website, you'll see that we're in a winter drive, and you just click on that. It will take you to the donation page. So the number is 516-620-3602. The book is called Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. Now, there's a statement that Tom Burrell patented. As he says, he was sitting around minding his own business, literally, when, let me see, where can I find this? He recounts how he was sitting around minding his own business. And, yes, here he writes, many years later, while minding my own business, literally, as chairman and chief executive of Burrell Communications, I coined the phrase, black people are not dark-skinned white people. It was a concise summation of the basis of my business, that black Americans, because of our heritage and history, have a unique culture that could best be reached through strategies, words, and images subtly and overtly related to those historical and cultural factors. And what he does is that he has now extended that thesis to his deconstruction of pervasive pathologies in the black community, and he offers not only a historical context that would enable our understanding of why these phenomena exist. So he offers not only an explanation of why these phenomena exist, but also he offers recommendations and solutions that can be and that should be implemented in order to address these patterns of maladaptive behavior. So, Brainwashed: Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority by Tom Burrell, the book and the companion interview, the conversation. It's exclusive and it's available only here on WBAI. And we thank you very much for your support. 516-620-3602. So I think Michael G. Haskins, our audio engineer, director of incidental music, doing all kinds of other things as well here as we continue to settle in to our new studios here in the village of Harlem in the Big Mango. Good afternoon, Mr. Michael G. Haskins.
Hey, Hugh. Good afternoon, and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for tuning in yet again as we continue on our winter fundraising and membership drive. Thank you for staying with us. We appreciate you staying with us. We need you to tell your friends about WBAI. If you made a pledge already during this fundraising drive, and many of you have made that pledge already, thank you so much for doing that, by the way. Would you tell your friends? Would you tell relatives? Would you tell others in your community about WBAI? It's really, really a jewel that this radio station is, that we have, and we're, I've coined the phrase now, WBAI is stepping into tomorrow, right here at CCNY.
All right.
We're stepping into tomorrow. We have both feet on the ground. This is a song from Donald Byrd, Stepping Into Tomorrow, Our Destiny is Found. And it's sound, too. It's sound, too. You know why? Because we have the best listeners in the world.
Oh, we do.
Our listeners come to our aid, come to our support, and support this vehicle so we can talk to each other time and time again. So we appreciate that. We just ask that you go to your phone. If you haven't made that pledge thus far, it's 516-620-3602. WBAI is stepping into tomorrow.
Absolutely, and you can get right now by calling that number 516-620-3602. You can get a head start on what they'll be talking about tomorrow. You can get a head start on it today by calling that 516-620-3602. And we encourage you this afternoon to get your copy of Brainwashed: Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. It's a thank you gift that we'll send to you as a thank you for your pledge, your tax deductible contribution at the $100 level. You get both the book and the companion conversation on audio CD, my exclusive interview or conversation with the author Tom Burrell. Let's share some of that conversation with you while you continue to call 516-620-3602, and we thank you very much for your support. You coined the phrase, black people are not dark-skinned white people. What did you mean?
I coined that phrase as I moved into the advertising agency business with my own agency in 1971 at the pretty much the center of the whole Black Power movement, the spin-off, if you will, of the civil rights movement. And what I meant was that black people in America came to this country in a unique way, against their will and under duress, and withstanding, and I say withstanding, surviving centuries of abuse. And as a result of the way that we came here and the way that we were dealt with when we got here against our will, we have formed a different kind of attitude about, and we were talking at the time about blacks as consumers. Our marketing decisions are based on different criteria. We basically have different attitudes and behavior when it comes to behavior in the marketplace. And so that's why I say that black people are not dark-skinned white people. You can't say, well, all we need to do is put a dark face picture, and we have a different culture.
Let's take a look at, in a moment we'll talk a bit about how the culture is different, but let's take a look for a moment at some of the differences in the way that black people engage with the marketplace. You point out, for example, that as a result of your research, you found that black preference for high-end status brands is driven by the need to compensate for feelings of low self-esteem.
We were brought to a society that was steeped in materialism. And we were stripped of all status. We were stripped of our names, our religion, our customs. We had no status. And then we were relegated to the position of chattel, property, like cattle or a chair. So in an attempt to try to regain our status in a materialistic society, we have reasoned that the best way to do that is through material possessions. And so what we do basically is we try to outbuy everybody else and in effect try to buy back our somebodiness through stuff, through things, through objects. Mostly objects that are depreciating in value as we buy them. And so it's all about status. It's all about surface materialism because it's about things that people can see that give evidence to the fact that we are indeed human. But the problem, of course, is that it's a bottomless pit. You can't buy back somebodiness with superficial things like cars and clothes. And so we never stop. So what we do is we wind up being, in this society, the consumers. And we're consumers of all of the things that everybody else is manufacturing, distributing, marketing, warehousing. And what we do is we buy it. We consume. And that's our job, just like scavengers. So we need to become aware of that and understand and connect the dots and understand how we get to be in that state of mind.
Now, you say this as someone who was yourself in the business of selling even more of that stuff to the African-American community.
I speak from experience, and I guess I'm in effect a whistleblower.
Okay, in fact, two of your biggest clients were McDonald's and Coca-Cola.
Those are the clients that put us on the map, and for two reasons. Number one, because they're the biggest advertisers, among the biggest advertisers in the nation and probably in the world. But more importantly, what they allowed my company to do is to do television advertising with a black focus, which had never been really done before on a campaign basis. So that's what put us on the map. That's what made it possible for me to go into the Advertising Hall of Fame. Is this whole idea we revolutionized television.
Okay, and in particular through the image that black people were able to glean of themselves from television. I just want to read something here from your book. The book, of course, is Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority, and we're speaking with author Tom Burrell. You write, even with less disposable income, we lead the general population in satisfying immediate desires. According to the Selleck Center for Economic Growth, blacks allocate a disproportionate share of their spending to telephone service, apparel, television, radio, sound equipment, and personal care products and services. In fact, we spent almost $120 billion on hair care products and cars and clothes and food, but only about $40.5 billion on healthcare, insurance, education, and books. What does that tell you?
It tells us that we have a drastic need, desperate need for status. We have a desperate need to compensate for the stereotypes that have been heaped upon us through media and media content. Well, for instance, give you an example. We spend an inordinate amount of money on anything that has to do with cleaning, with hygiene. And the reason for that is that we have been stereotyped as dirty. That was part of the whole thing. We were part of not being quite human is being dirty. So we are trying to clean ourselves up constantly. We are trying to beautify and Caucasianize ourselves through the consumption and use of beauty products, especially hair products, to change the natural state of our hair. We spend tons of time and hours and money in beauty salons, basically trying to reshape the follicles in our hair. So it tells us that we have bought into the myth of black inferiority, and so has everyone else.
Okay, now at the beginning of this book you pose 10 questions, and we're going to try to get to several of those questions over the course of this conversation.
Okay.
And I think it would be fair to say that the underlying premise of some of these questions might be considered offensive by some people. For example, the first question, why can't we build strong families? Here, when we use the word we, the first person plural pronoun here, we're referring to blacks or people in the African American community.
That's correct.
So why can't we build strong families? There are many people who would take offense with the underlying premise there and argue that black people, once they are allowed to do so, can create and have created families that are as strong as any other families, and in many cases even stronger.
Well, what I'm dealing with, I'm dealing with the things that are not yet done and the things that need to be done. We are still, despite all of our gains, despite all of the survival that we have managed to bring off, we are still at the bottom of the good list. We're at the bottom of the list when it comes to issues of family relationships. We're way ahead in dysfunctional family relationships. We're way ahead in single parents, absentee fathers. We are way ahead in single people never being married, never being coupled. We are ahead in abuse, spousal abuse. And until we get caught up, and the thing is, we have to understand that this is not an inherent weakness on our part. We need to understand how it got to be that way. We have to connect the dots, and that way we will be able to understand how to get over it. We can't continue to be in denial. It's one thing to accentuate the positive, but you've got to address the negative, because if you don't address it, you can't correct it. And that's where we are. You know, there's always the argument that, well, you know, we have strong families. Well, you do have strong families, and we have to get to a point where that's not the exception, that's the rule.
Okay, now you say we've got to understand the underlying reasons for this. You've got to connect the dots. Connect the dots for me then.
Okay.
And show me how. I'm sure you're familiar with the work, of course, of Dr. Joy DeGruy and post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Absolutely.
This is an area in which we've been dabbling for quite some time now.
Yes.
It seems to me that you're making an argument that is very similar to the argument that she makes about the intergenerational impact of enslavement.
Yeah, I'm making the same argument that she makes. I'm making the same argument that Carter Woodson makes. That the difference with what I'm doing is I am giving attribution of those issues to media and media content. What we don't realize is that there's an 800-pound gorilla in the room that is perpetuating these behaviors and these pathologies constantly through media bombardment. That's the difference. We were told early on that we were deficient. That was the basis upon which this nation was formed. In order to have a fast-growing nation and to have a thing called democracy, democracy we had when there was a systematic campaign to break up the family structure. And then here's the trick. Let's break up the family structure and then let's blame them for being disjointed and dysfunctional.
And of
that's
course,
the way that goes.
And of course, the role of the media now, when we think of media today, we think of social media like Facebook and so on. Conventional mainstream media, the television, radio, newspapers, alternative media also in television and radio and in published works. The role of the media you emphasize in this book has been critical in perpetuating that myth of black inferiority.
Right.
And in fact, you also allege, and I want you to go here now, you also allege that to a significant degree, even black media practitioners have themselves bought into this and are helping to perpetuate it. Here's some of what you wrote. You wrote, blacks not only dance to the beat of family destruction, we patronize films are a form of media, by black producers and directors that bombard our brains and reinforce all the bad we've been fed about ourselves, first by the white ruling class and now abetted by our brainwashed brethren. Talk about that.
Well, one of the basic principles of brainwashing is to be so effective that at some point the brainwasher can turn over the job to the brainwashed. The brainwashed becomes a part of the brainwashing team. That is an effective fundamental of brainwashing. So what happens is that at a point, as we are bombarded with this image and these words and these symbols about who we are, at some point we say we get it. Okay, now we get it. You guys you've done such a great job. We understand our own inferiority. We understand, and you're promoting it, and you are incentivizing us to join in and promote it. We get it. Because we live in a capitalistic society, and you saying you're going to pay me, I can make money by doing this, I'll take it over. And that's what we do. And when we do it, and we do it to ourselves, it takes on a certain amount of cachet that makes everybody say, oh, it must be okay.
Give me an example of that.
Well, I have to say that we have so many examples. If we turn the television on right now, I'll give you an example. But in the course of a day, you will see the court shows, the judge, judge so-and-so, here's one of the recent ones that I saw. Two women are going against each other, two black women. One owes the other one $3,000. Okay, so first of all, you got that kind of disunity going on. She won't pay her back because she doesn't think that she needs to pay her back. So you're setting up dissension, dishonesty, crookedness. Okay, why did she borrow the money? Well, she borrowed the money to get her boyfriend out of jail. Okay, so now you're talking about black male criminality. Why is he in jail? Well, because he didn't pay his child support. Okay, so you're adding another thing there. And, well, what did he do with the money? Why didn't he pay it back? Well, because he took the money and he bought some wheels for his car and put some gold teeth in his, get some gold teeth. So you're adding another element there. Plus, he has another woman. The other woman points out that, you're not really his woman. So you get that element thrown in. I mean, this is one segment of this is 10 minutes. And it's piled up. And that's just one 10-minute segment, and you got it going on everywhere. And then you cut to a commercial for a Tyler Perry movie about Medea Does This, where Medea, you've got a man dressed up like a woman, and people say, well, white people do that too.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not white people. We're not dark-skinned white people. Okay? We have our own issues with masculinity as a result of being emasculated as slaves. So you get that element. And then Madea is punching somebody, so you get that violence thing, and she's shooting at somebody, and you get all of this kind of demeaning kind of behavior taking place. So, I mean, that's all within one segment.
Now, you seem to be arguing here, Mr. Burrell, and we're talking with Tom Burrell. He is author of Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. Tom Burrell is an award-winning marketing and communications pioneer and Advertising Hall of Fame inductee, credited with revolutionizing the image of African Americans in television by promoting positive and realistic images of blacks, and also by acknowledging the purchasing power of the African American community. His book is Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. You seem to be arguing here, Mr. Burrell, that for blacks than the standard we use for whites. When you say that blacks are not dark-skinned white people, you seem to be saying that conduct that would be permissible, socially permissible or culturally acceptable among whites should not be so among blacks because of the unique experience of blacks in this country.
Not only that, Hugh, but when we say otherwise, when we say that our standards should be the same as whites, what we are in effect doing is buying into the myth of white superiority. Why do we think that we should be using white standards as the standard for our behavior?
But who says that they're white standards? Why aren't they just simply standards that whites have appropriated because they've been in positions of power?
Well,
and by embracing those standards, we are simply embracing standards that have an objective value regardless of who is embracing them.
Because those standards benefited whites at the bottom of the good list. Now, I'd be perfectly happy to have black men in dresses if we were at the top of the good list. I would be happy to have black men acting dumb if we were at the top of the list on the SAT scores. We are in a different place. We have different issues. We have different problems, and they're more severe, and we have to address that. We can't do what white people do because we are not dark-skinned white people. We are in a different position, and it is clear why we are in a different position, because we are the only people who came into a situation called a democracy and were if there's a word, chattelized, to service that system of government. And as a result of that, we were dehumanized. And what we've got to do is rehumanize. And we've got to go back to where we were. We didn't come here as Europeans. We can't. The reason why we were so easily enslaved is because we were so different. Not only were we physically different, but we came here with different customs, and we came here with a different religion. And that was the thing that was used against us to keep us categorized as slaves. So we have to basically set our own standards, and it's not a matter of saying we have higher standards. We just have to have different standards for ourselves. We've got to deal. See, what we do, what we've been conditioned to do, is to look to the white standard as the gold standard. And we are spending all our time focusing on how do we get to be a part of that before we focus on how do we get ourselves re-aggregated, how do we get ourselves restructured.
516-620-3602. 516-620-3602. It is now 5 minutes after the hour. This. It's WBAI New York. You are listening there to a night of Tom Burrell, challenging the myth of black inferiority. Mr. Burrell is a noted marketing communications pioneer and an inductee into the National Advertising Hall of Fame. He's credited with revolutionizing the image of African Americans in television and changing the face of American advertising. His award-winning work promoted positive and realistic images of blacks and acknowledged the purchasing power of the African-American community. He's also a founder of the Resolution Project, which is a non-profit organization that promotes intra-racial dialogue and community-based new media. So, stop the brainwash campaigns. His thesis is that the myth of black inferiority is the most successful mass marketing program ever undertaken in American history. And it is about time to challenge the myth, that myth of black inferiority, to deconstruct it, to understand it, to dismantle the myth of black inferiority. The book is called Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority, and we have both the book and the companion interview, my exclusive conversation with author Tom Burrell. We'll send you both as a thank you gift with your pledge to WBAI, your tax-deductible contribution to WBAI at the $100 level. Now, as I began the program by pointing out, this is not a program for the squeamish or for the faint of heart, because Tom Burrell calls it as he sees it, and he's got the old black person card. I mean, he's not old, but he's a septuagenarian, and but he's got what is commonly referred to in the street as the old black person card, which is when you get to that stage in your life where you now have license to speak your mind and to call it as you see it and to tell it as it is. And you don't have to look over your shoulder or apologize to anybody, because you have earned the right to tell it as it is and as you see it. And this is what he does in this book. And it is a revelatory work, and it is a provocative and a controversial work. And we do not shy away from controversy. This is what we do. We are WBAI. We are listener-sponsored commercial-free radio. We are not beholden to any corporate or commercial interests. We do not accept corporate or commercial underwriting or advertising dollars. We are funded by you, the listener. We are funded by the members of the WBAI family, by the members of the Talkback family. And you are the people we're calling upon. You are the one we're calling upon this afternoon to make a difference, to help to generate the resources, the funding necessary to keep the lights on and the microphones live here at WBAI. And we'll say thank you this afternoon for your pledge of support at the $100 level by sending you this gift of Tom Burrell's book, Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. And you also get with it the companion interview, my exclusive conversation with author Tom Burrell. That's a $100 pledge. You can use your Visa, American Express, or MasterCard. Now, of course, you can also pay with a check or money order. We lead with the American Express, Visa, MasterCard, because this way we get the money faster and we get to keep more of it, and that of course means that your dollar goes even further than it otherwise would. But we will work with you in whatever is the most convenient and comfortable means or mode of transaction that would work for you. Our number 516-620-3602. Now that number, the reason you're not hearing, if you're a long time listener to WBAI, during these drives you would have been hearing the telephones ringing in the background. And quite frankly, it has taken a while for us, even those of us here, to get accustomed to not having the ringing telephones. That's because usually the phones are physical telephones that are being answered by volunteers on the WBAI premises. As a result of Hurricane Sandy, when we were dislocated from the location from 120 Wall Street, and the telephone lines were destroyed by the storm surge, leading to a situation in which hundreds of businesses in Lower Manhattan, including many at 120 Wall Street, which was the last building on Wall Street before you get to the East River. Verizon, we never did recover from that in terms of our telephones. Up to the time that we left about a week and a half ago, we still had not yet had our telephones restored by Verizon because, well, that's a whole other story, as I've explained before. There's a big debate going on about whether Verizon should be allowed to replace the destroyed wiring with copper wiring, or whether they should use this as an opportunity to upgrade to fiber optic and so on. That's a separate discussion. Since then, however, we have moved to our new home, albeit a temporary home, here in the Big Mango, the village of Harlem, at the City College of New York, where we've been very warmly and very generously received, and we're very grateful for the hospitality and for the accommodation that have been extended to us here at City College by our colleagues and friends at WHCR. So this is where we're broadcasting from, and the move is still a work in progress. We're still in the process of constructing or reconstructing some of the infrastructure that goes into making a full-time 24/7 broadcast studio. But in the meantime, the answering of your telephone calls, of your pledges, that is a function that has been outsourced to a call center, the number for which is 516-620-3602. It's the only way that we're able to have this telephone, this fundraiser, and to be able to process your pledges of support. And I want to say, I cannot stress enough how grateful we are to you for having been patient with us, for having been so understanding of our circumstances, and for having been so supportive of us through these several months of travel. So the number again, 516-620-3602. And remember, your $100 tax-deductible contribution gets you a gift of Tom Burrell's book, Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority, together with my exclusive interview with him. You get that on audio CD, the companion interview, and the book, Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. Now, suppose you wanted to make a pledge at the $35 level. We'll say we can send you the audio CD of the interview as a thank you gift with your pledge at the $35 level. Or maybe you already have the interview, but you don't have the book. We can send you the book as a standalone item at the $75 level. But we're offering you both the book and the companion interview with a pledge at the $100 level. And I should also stress that you can make a pledge at whatever is the level that is comfortable and convenient for you. The important thing is to do so. If $10 is what works for you, that's wonderful. We thank you very much. $15, $20, $25, $50, $500, $5,000, whatever works for you. As Michael G. Haskins often says, if you're in a position to make to offer us a grant, a matching grant, then we'd be more than happy to receive that, and we say thank you very much. Whatever works for you. The important thing is to put a dollar value on your relationship with WBAI, and maybe it's as $5 a month, which is a $60 pledge to WBAI in a year. So a $60 pledge, which is $5 a month, maybe that's what it's worth to you. Or maybe, just maybe, it's $10 a month. That's a $120 pledge. Whatever works, whatever is most convenient and comfortable for you. 516-620-3602. Mr. Michael G. Haskins, today is the final day of Black History Month.
It is, Hugh, and I'm so glad that we're doing this, that you brought this forward today. The book is titled Brainwashed by Tom Burrell, and it's available for a $100 contribution this afternoon at 516-620-3602. 516-620-3602. WBAI is stepping into tomorrow. And I want to thank a couple of people, first of all, for helping us get here to where we are right now. Certainly our hosts here at WHCR, by the management and staff that, as Hugh said, as we've all been saying, it's been very, very wonderful, very, very warm and helpful in getting us squared away here, helping us getting squared away. But I certainly want to thank Gary Null and the Progressive Radio Network before for accommodating us in the midst of Hurricane Sandy, in the immediate days after Hurricane Sandy, for allowing us to come up there and temporarily broadcast. We were all over the city. We really were all over the city, trying to maintain our broadcast capability to be able to broadcast to you. When we were off the air for those maybe 72 hours or 48 hours, listeners were calling around, all kinds of emails, what's happening, where are you guys, how are you guys doing? Because you knew that that 120 Wall Street was inundated by that storm surge, by Superstorm Sandy. So we want to thank Gary Nolan, Progressive Radio Network, and certainly thanks to the volunteers who stand by us, who have stood by us every time we have a fundraising drive and ask for listeners to come down to help us answer phones and take pledges. You are always there. And you are some of the same people who call up pledging your support, your financial support to us too. So we want to thank you so very much. We will get back with you just as soon as we get a little bit more solid and focused and grounded, I should say. We'll have you back with us in subsequent fund drives. Everyone else that is listening right now, you can pledge online at give2wbai.org. That's give the number 2 WBAI.org, or the call center is 516-620-3602. Now we're going to go back to some more material, some more of that conversation that Hugh had with Tom Burrell in just a moment, but we need to hear from you. Those of you listening right now to the sounds of our voices, and we can see that the calls are coming in. There's calls coming in about every 2 or 3 minutes, and we can accommodate more of you because there are several there are several people at this call center that will pick up your phone right away, your phone call right away, and address your call. 516-620-3602.
Indeed, 516-620-3602. And we do have the capacity to take more and more of your calls. So please keep these calls coming. Please keep them coming in. We want to get back to more of the material, but I'd love to get another 15 of your calls in the next minute or two. We have the capacity for that. Another 15 of your calls in the next minute or two. And remember, you can pledge it whatever is the level that works best for you. Do you know, I was listening to Secretary of State John Kerry making the announcement in Rome that the United States would be offering some direct assistance to the opposition, to the insurgents in Syria, and I heard him trying to thread a very delicate, a very difficult needle, where we seem to be taking the position that the assistance that we're offering is non-lethal assistance. Well, here's the thing: for all practical purposes, by stepping up or escalating our involvement in what is a civil war in Syria, it is something of which about which we ought to be extremely careful, because our track record in this area is not an encouraging one. You know, you should normally on a day like today, I would have had Professor Elaine Hagopian, who is an expert on Syria, or Professor Gara Talhami, who is also an expert on Syria, to help us to deconstruct the significance and the likely implications of this policy. I would have had someone like Ni Akwete, who is an expert on Africa, to talk about, to remind us of the way in which our intervention in Libya backfired, resulting in the destabilization of Mali, and now creating a situation that is resulting in in the further destabilization of even more of North Africa. It's altogether these are not inconsequential actions, and this is what Talkback does. We provide the analysis that will enable you to understand not only the immediate but also the long-term consequences of these foreign policy actions. And when we have to take a break from doing our regular programming in order to ask you to call 516-620-3602 to make a pledge of support to WBAI, it is because that is the only way we're able to bring you those voices and to bring you that analysis. You know, I got an email the other day from our friends over at the Neighborhood Economic Development Advocacy Project, bringing to my attention the fact that they have launched a major campaign that is intended to further publicize the problem of these payday lending operations. They have been in the forefront, NEDAP. They've been in the forefront of the effort to expose what is essentially criminal conduct on the part of these payday lending enterprises that keep people conspire to keep people in a state of perpetual debt, in charging interest rates that amount to the 500% and that sort of thing. And even though they have been outlawed in many parts of the country, they have still figured out ways to persist in their operations. The mainstream media picked up on some of those stories. The New York Times recently had a piece about how the major banks are actually aiding and abetting these payday loan operations in carrying out this criminal activity and exploiting people who are poor and working class people who in some cases have come to rely on these payday loan operations because they've been sucked into relationship of dependence that leaves them in a state of even further destitution, if that is possible. Now, NEDAP contacted me to let me know that they're intensifying their campaign, and there are a number of initiatives that they are undertaking, and they would like to break the news of those initiatives on this program, on Talkback. I could not accommodate them this week because we are in fundraising drive, but I just thought I would mention those as reminders of what it is that we do, and the fact that our work is so highly valued that people are constantly reaching out to us. The institutions of higher education, advocacy organizations, and activist groups, and scholars and others are constantly reaching out to us to seek a space on this platform, which we are privileged to share. And this platform is made possible only because of your generosity. The number to call is 516-620-3602. That's 516-620-3602. You can make a pledge of support, a tax-deductible contribution to WBAI at whatever is the level that is comfortable and convenient for you. And when you do so, when you make that contribution at the $100 pledge level, we will say thank you by sending you your very own copy of Tom Burrell's provocative and controversial book, Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority, together with the companion conversation. My companion conversation with Tom Burrell, exclusively available here at WBAI. And that's a $100 tax-deductible contribution. The number 516-620-3602. Michael G. Haskins, you think it is about time we return?
It's just about time.
Yes.
You know, folks have been calling in throughout. We asked for 15 calls. I think we've gotten upwards of 10 calls, 8 to 10 calls. That's great. Please continue to call as we go back to the material. You know, Hugh, destabilization is a nice word, but you know something? What that means is that the destabilization of the region is costing people's lives.
Absolutely.
That's what this is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And we are the ones, WBAI are the ones, Talkback is the program where you find out about this information. The whole radio station is geared in many ways toward that, but certainly Talkback certainly is. So we're asking you to step forward right now, 516-620-3602, and support Talkback with Hugh Hamilton. Support WBAI. You're doing very well today, and thank you so much. More of you are coming through. Those of you who haven't made your pledges thus far, and on this final day in the month of February are coming through this very fine package for a $100 contribution. But do what you can, however that works out to you, to $50 contributions, however you need to do that. Talk to the people at the end of this line, 516-620-3602. Ask for Brainwash. Do that now, $100 tax-deductible contribution.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Haskins. 516-620-3602. So we're going to move ahead now on the honor system, and we're going to return to more of my conversation with Tom Burrell. I know that this is riveting material. I know that this is, in some instances, disturbing, but it is what it is, and it is extraordinary that we have had the opportunity to present this material this afternoon. Tom Burrell, the marketing and communications pioneer and guru and advertising Hall of Fame inductee, discussing his book Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. Please keep these calls coming, 516-620-3602, and we thank you very much for your support.
We've got to deal. See, what we do, what we've been conditioned to do, is to look to the white standard as the gold standard. And we are spending all our time focusing on how do we get to be a part of that before we focus on how do we get ourselves re-aggregated, how do we get ourselves restructured and whole, so that we can determine what is best for us.
In fact, and you do write, quote, in our effort to prove our equality, we unconsciously chased the master's dream, adopted his values, moved into his neighborhoods, went to his schools, and we danced to his tune.
Yes.
But isn't this a bit of a slippery slope, though? Because once you begin to assign certain standards as white standards and identify them as such, aren't you then setting the stage that allows so many, unfortunately, of our misguided young people to buy into the idea that intellectual pursuit is tantamount to acting white? That comporting yourself with a certain level of public dignity and decorum is acting white. Being able to speak well, being able to hold a job and to take care of a family and to aspire to higher things for yourself and for your children, that's acting white. Isn't it is setting the stage that buys into that into that problem?
We speak very, very clearly and very thoroughly on that whole issue of that whole acting white thing. What we have to do is determine what is going to work best for us in terms of moving us into a stage of self-actualization. And what we are doing, what the examples you give are the very things that keep us back, that hold us back. Now, if they weren't holding us back, then I'd be perfectly fine with that. If talking black meant being at the top of the test scores in English and reading and math, then I'd say fine.
Are you and I talking black right now?
No. No, we're talking about black, but we're certainly not talking white. We're certainly not talking white.
So there is an objective standard then that is neither black nor white, but that is a standard that to which people can aspire and which people can embrace without surrendering to.
There has to be. We have to develop our own language. We have to develop our own symbols based on what our objectives are, and our objectives have to be, in order to overcome the race-based self-esteem deficiency that is almost measurable. We've got to feel better about ourselves, and we feel better about ourselves by developing what I call an internal locus of control. Getting rid of learned helplessness. What we basically do as a people, to too great an extent, is we keep looking outside of ourselves for the answer when the answer has to be within ourselves. Because as long as we're looking outside of ourselves, implicit in that is the whole notion of dependency and superiority of some other entity, some other group that we have to aspire to. And as long as we do that, we will continue to embrace this whole notion of the myth of black inferiority.
Now, I want us to get to a couple of the other questions that you raise. Among them, you raise, why do we perpetuate black sexual stereotypes, and why are black and beauty still contradictions?
Right.
We're going to take those two together.
Okay.
And if time permits, we're going to get to question number 10. Why is the joke always on us?
Okay.
But I also would like us, in the course of this conversation, to get to something that I did not find in the book, but that I encountered in the course of my other research preparing for this conversation. And this is Tom Burrell's brainwashing diagnosis, a list of 10 symptoms to look for. Black leaders are brainwashed when, and then you give 10 symptoms. I'm just going to run through those 10 symptoms very quickly, and we'll probably come back to one or two of them. So, here now, Tom Burrell's brainwashing diagnosis. This from last summer published in The Root. Black leaders are brainwashed when 1. They fear that talking about racism may hamper their success. 2. They roll over at the slightest hint of retaliation. 3. They allow avowed enemies to define their agenda. 4. They quickly retreat from already weak positions. 5. They swiftly throw other black persons under the bus to appear less racist. 6. They are more concerned about status among whites than defending black people. 7. They equalize racism, making it a black and a white thing. 8. They legitimize, tolerate, or excuse white groups, pundits, or individuals who race bait. 9. They allow whites to redefine the meaning of racism. And 10. They accept the post-racial illusion as our reality. So we're going to come back.
I stand by all those.
Absolutely. We're going to come back to some of those. But why do we perpetuate black sexual stereotypes, and why are black and beauty still contradictions?
We perpetuate black sexual stereotypes because we have been conditioned to do so, and we have been conditioned to do so. When we came here, it was necessary for us to be animalized in order to justify our subjugation as slaves within this democracy. And that was done, and it was easy for the founders, the settlers, to do that because we looked different and there was an exoticism there. And so we know that sexual aspects of our makeup are very strong driving forces. So we started off by saying, okay, we are interested in these people sexually. Now we have to justify it. They want it. Thomas Jefferson said that. Thomas Jefferson wrote that. Notes on the state of Virginia. He talked about the longing and the animalistic quality of black women, and that they would, and he associated them with the orangutans.
Yes.
So that attraction was there, and it had to be justified. They also knew that if they could keep us focused on this whole sexual thing, then we would not be focused on the things that they wanted to keep us from being focused on, like freedom and acquisition of power. So it started on the auction block as we were sold as sexual objects on the slave auction block. And at the beginning, we had our heads down in embarrassment and shame as we were brought out and displayed like pieces of meat. But the media and the media content kept hammering away at that image and telling us that's who we are. That's what you are. Take that and use that and be sexual. And what we did is we bought that. Now, fast forward, we're not on the auction block anymore. We're on the stage. We have taken it over, and we've said, okay, you guys can go sit down now. Mm-hmm. We understand that we are sexual objects. You don't have to pull our clothes off anymore. We'll do that ourselves. We'll pull our own clothes off. Mm-hmm. We'll sport our own stuff. We will hold our own stuff. We'll grab it and hold it and show it off. That's who we are. That's how we define ourselves. And when we do that, we feed into the thing that makes them comfortable, even makes them comfortable to oppress us. I told you they were animals. Mm-hmm. You know, they create the thing and then they accuse you of the thing that they created. Okay. And so that's where we are right now. And you look at the numbers and we're playing it out. We're playing it out. You know, in terms of using our bodies as the means by which to move ahead. And as long as we're using our bodies, then they have free reign to do all the stuff that they gain through the brain power.
So are you arguing then that there's an excessive glorification of sexuality within the black community?
There is no question about that, and we see it manifested constantly, repeatedly in our videos, on the television, in our commercials. The whole idea that that's who we are.
What about white performers who also depict or portray the same behaviors?
We are not white. And my whole point is that we have to stop going around thinking that we should be aping white people. That because white people are in a different place psychologically, economically, and let's look at where we are and what we need to do and stop, again, going to that external locus of control. If they do it, then we should be able to do it. We need to do what is best for us and not do things because other people are doing it. Because when, as they say, when other people get colds, we get pneumonia.
Mm-hmm. But some people might argue, though, that there's underlying your concern about blacks feeding into the black sexual stereotype is some anxiety about sexuality. In fact, some people might say that sexuality is not only is it perfectly normal, not only is it perfectly human, but black people are ahead of the curve by being able to very freely and publicly embrace their sexuality as a part of who they are.
If it were as a part of who they are, I would be fine. If the sexuality were equal to the accomplishment, the economic accomplishment, academic accomplishment, family relationships, stable family relation. If we saw all those at the top of the list and we saw sexuality as a part of that, that's fine. The problem is that it's not a part of it. It is the leading part. And that is evident by the numbers. That we are basically behind in all those other areas, and because of the fact that we are focusing in that area. That's how we define ourselves. That's our claim to fame, and that is how we measure, no pun intended, our somebodiness.
Okay, why are black and beauty still contradictions? That's another of your questions, and that's another of the questions that some listeners might take offense, might cause offense. People might say, "Well, says who? Black and beauty are not mutually not seen now as being contradictory."
Well, I will go along with that when we get to a point where I can turn on the television or go to a video, and instead of seeing the lighter skin or white with Caucasian features and Caucasianized hair and so forth being put forth as the gold standard in the area of being the kind of beauty that people aspire to, I'll be happy with that. When I get to a point where I can see the young black girls get on the bus and not have their hair basically fried to death, trying to get that kind of look that they can't really successfully achieve with their economic position. When I see people stop saying, she's a pretty black girl, or the girl is black, but she's kind of pretty, as if it's the exception to the rule. So this is stuff that's borne out in our everyday observations about what is beauty. And you see black people struggling. The cosmetic surgeons are having a field day, even now with men. So I'd be happy to go along with that when I see those kinds of images being the kind of images that we say we aspire to have and to be associated with.
Two other questions you raise. Why do we keep killing each other, and why are we killing ourselves? This question of black-on-black violence, as you know, is very fraught with emotional tension, and it is an area in which people become hypersensitive. Why do we keep killing each other, you ask? What's the answer to the question?
We keep killing each other because we were, at the very onset, taught that we should devalue ourselves, that our lives were worth less, and that was demonstrated to us by how we were treated and how we were forced to witness that, and how that became internalized. And at some point, again, we got it. And we said to police brutality, we said to Ku Klux Klan brutality, we said, hey, you guys are onto something here. You don't have to do that anymore. We will take over the lead on that. And now we kill each other at a much higher, faster rate than any other group of people kill us.
Some people might say that's related to certain socioeconomic pathologies. The fact, for example, that black communities are a ready market for firearms. The fact that black communities are a ready market for drugs. The fact that black communities are more likely to be poor, even though there are more poor people in America. There are more poor whites in America in absolute numbers.
Right.
The percentage of the black population that is poor is higher than that of the white population. And people might say, well, these things are related to that.
But is the per capita homicide rate higher in the white community? Is we have economic. I know areas where East Indians are living all on top of each other, and 20 in an apartment. Are they killing each other? I think we've got to relate it more to the culture, to the acculturation that has taken place, that causes us to look at ourselves in a certain way, as opposed to looking at issues that other people have faced. Poverty, even in the Holocaust, that Jews piled up on each other, that they kill each other and they were brainwashed. That they kill each other at the rate that we kill each other. I mean, we've got to deal with the issue of how we were trained and how we were conditioned, how media images romanticize and glorify our pathologies, and then we celebrate our own pathologies.
So what's the answer to these questions? How do we get from there to where the black community ought to be or needs to be?
In this discussion, you have voiced some of the pushback that people, give us. What we've got to do is we've got to discuss this to a point where we are aware. We are aware of the problem, aware of the causation of the problem, aware of the means by which we now have to correct the problem, and to work on the issue of unity, of coalescing, overcoming the disunity that we again have been trained to practice, and say we're not going to take this anymore. We have now access to the new media. Now, new media has its flaws, for sure. It has its faults, but we have an opportunity like we've never had before. If we can get a library card, we can get to a computer. We can take the creativity that we have been forced to have in order just to survive, and bring that creativity together to make ourselves more aware, to understand how to engage in critical thinking on this issue about the things that we are constantly seeing. We've got to understand the power of media. We've got to understand that, contrary to its lack of it being mentioned to a great degree, we've got to be aware that there is nothing more powerful to shape attitudes and behavior than media and media content.
Now, if I could just put that last statement on a loop, there is nothing more powerful in shaping public perception and understanding than media and media content. I'm, of course, paraphrasing that last comment there from Tom Burrell, author of the book Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. And I cannot overemphasize that last point that he made, that the role of media are so powerful in shaping the way we understand ourselves, in shaping the myths we construct for ourselves, in shaping the stories we tell about ourselves, in shaping the stories we tell to others about themselves and about us, in shaping our relationship between ourselves and other people. The media, the narrative that we construct about who we are and why we matter, these are narratives that are shaped, constructed, reinforced, perpetuated, propagated, and these are narratives. These are narratives that owe their very existence to media, and we're using media here in its broadest possible term. We're talking here not only about traditional media but also new media, and we're also talking about informal media. So many blacks still think and act with a slave-like mentality. Burrell's acute awareness of the power of words and images and the ability of that power to shift, shape, and change the collective consciousness have led him to connect the contemporary and historical dots that have brought us to these crossroads. Now, Burrell says of this book that it is not intended to be a reprimand. It is a call to action. It demands that we question our self-defeating attitudes and behaviors. As he explains in the book, racism is not the issue. It is how we respond to media distortions and programmed self-hatred that is the issue. He says that it's time to reverse the black inferiority campaign with a globally based initiative that harnesses the power of new media and the wisdom of intergenerational coalitions. The book is at once provocative and powerful. It dares to expose the wounds so that at last they can be healed. This book, powerful, provocative, disturbing, the book is a masterpiece. Brainwashed, challenging the myth of black inferiority. We want to send it to you. And we will do so as a thank you gift. We'll send it to you as a thank you gift, together with my exclusive conversation with Tom Burrell. That's a companion interview that you'll get that together with the book. We'll send it to you as a thank you gift with your pledge at the $100 level. So a $100 pledge to WBAI, a $100 tax-deductible contribution to WBAI will get you this document, this book, Brainwashed: Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. You get the book together with the companion interview. They're available as a thank you gift, and we would like you to get those by calling 516-620-3602. That's 516-620-3602. Okay, so perhaps are we in a position to share some dialing music? Perhaps we should do that. We'll give you a little bit of a break because I know this has been a very intense presentation here over the past 2 hours, close to the past 2 hours or so. It's been a very intense presentation. Maybe you need a little breather. So while you go to the telephones and you call that number, we'll give you some dialing music to help you along in the process, and then we'll return with more of this Thursday, February 28th edition of the program Talkback. Happy birthday to Sanda, whose birthday is tomorrow, and this not being a leap year, she's going to have to. Actually, her birthday is on February 29th. So I asked her, when do you celebrate your birthday when it's not a leap year? She says, well, on March 1st. So happy birthday to Sanda, who is one of about half a dozen people I know who share that birthday on February 29th. So 516-620-3602 is our telephone number. Your $100 tax-deductible contribution gets you a thank you gift of Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. It's the author is Tom Burrell, and you also get, along with that, the companion interview that I did. It's an exclusive conversation, my exclusive conversation with Tom Burrell. That's available on audio CD. You'll get that together with the book and companion interview, a $100 tax-deductible contribution. Thank you so much for your support. Please keep these calls coming. The number 516-620-3602.
Mela dono bena se anaga iko amadele kasi ya dunyana oh miri ora janyara mire bara janya Kera mo bodo ye sebaye sebumaye ayaka jena bobeke amanyumake
516-620-3602. 516-620-3602 is the number to call. And you can make a pledge. We encourage you, we ask you, we urge you, we exhort you to make a pledge of support, a tax-deductible contribution to WBAI at a level that is comfortable and convenient for you. And when you do so at the $100 level this afternoon, we'll say thank you by sending you your very own copy of Tom Burrell's provocative new book. The book is called Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. We'll send you the book and the companion interview, my exclusive conversation with Tom Burrell, the marketing and communications guru and pioneer who has been inducted into the National Advertising Hall of Fame, and who is credited with revolutionizing the image of African Americans in television and changing the face of American advertising. This book and companion interview will continue to be available throughout the afternoon. So continue to call 516-620-3602. The book and companion interview, Brainwashed, continue to be available throughout the afternoon. But on this final day of Black History Month, I want to end our program today in the remaining hour of this fundraising edition of Talkback with a presentation that has become a signature ending to our Talkback Black History. That is a reflection on the life and work and scholarship of the late great Dr. John Henrik Clarke, and a film by St. Clair Bourne, narrated by Wesley Snipes. This is a documentary film called A Great and Mighty Walk. Now, some years ago, for many years, this has been a staple of our Black History Month presentations. And whenever we present this work, so many people call us to say this is such a brilliant and outstanding and unique documentary. And people clamor for this all the time, and quite understandably so, because it is an opportunity for us. It is a documentary that chronicles both the life and times of the noted African-American historian, scholar, and Pan Pan-Africanist John Henry Clark, and a biography of Clark. And while it is a biography of Clark himself, it is also an overview of 5,000 years of African history. It is a documentary that offers a provocative look at the past through the eyes of this leading proponent of an Afrocentric view of history. Dr. John Henry Clark died in 1998 at the age of 83, but his legacy, his scholarship, his work live on. And every Black History Month, I have made it now a point of principle and a matter of personal pride to present this documentary, A Great and Mighty Walk. This is WBAI New York, where it is now 5 o'clock. Usually at this time, you would be listening to the opening strains of the 5 o'clock shadow with Robert Knight. Robert will be here next week. We have the opportunity, the unique opportunity and privilege in this remaining hour of the program today, in this 5 to 6 o'clock hour, to extend our fundraising efforts here on Talkback, and we are very pleased to be able to do so. And to do so with the benefit of your support. And also, we're very pleased to be able to present this unique award-winning documentary by Sinclair Bourne, A Great and Mighty Walk. This documentary, I should let you know, is also available at the $100 level as a thank you gift. So if you already have Brainwashed by Tom Burrell, the book and companion interview, if you already got those from a previous, from one of our previous offerings, or if you did that separately, we encourage you, and you're thinking, well, I'd like to make a $100 contribution to WBAI. I don't have to get... I'm not going to insist on a thank you gift, but if I must have a thank you gift, I think I'll take A Great and Mighty Walk, which should be a staple for every library. This documentary film by Sinclair Bourne, it's available on DVD as a thank you gift to you with your pledge. We'll send it to you as a thank you gift with your pledge at the $100 level. This is the winner of the Grand Jury Prize for Best Documentary at the Urban World Film Festival. And, when you hear Sinclair Bourne, that's all you need to know in order to appreciate the stature of the work and its significance and the level of craftsmanship, artistic craftsmanship that have gone into this documentary, which is narrated by Wesley Snipes. As I said earlier, this documentary chronicles the life and times of the noted African-American historian and scholar and Pan-Africanist John Henry Clark, who was born in 1915 and died in 1998. It is both a biography of Clark himself and an overview of 5,000 years of African history. It is a documentary film that offers a provocative look at the past through the eyes of a leading proponent of an Afrocentric view of history. From ancient Egypt and Africa's other great empires, Clark moves in this documentary through Mediterranean borrowings, the Atlantic slave trade, European colonization, the development of the Pan-African movement, all the way into the African-American history in the late 20th century. As I mentioned, he died in 1998. Now, for those who are newcomers to our society, for those who are immigrants to the United States and who might not be familiar with the work and scholarship of Dr. John Henry Clark, or for those who are only now coming of age and who have not had the benefit of this education in the public or private schools that they have attended and therefore are not familiar with his work, John Henry Clark was born in Union Springs, Alabama, on New Year's Day of 1915. Coming from a long line of sharecroppers, his family having come from a long line of sharecroppers, they moved from Alabama to Columbus, Georgia, when he was 4 years old, and even as a youngster, teaching the junior Bible class at a local Baptist church, Clark recognized that although many of the Bible stories that he was teaching unfolded in Africa, nevertheless, There were no African people or images of African people in the printed and illustrated Sunday school lessons that he was teaching. This is something that he wrote about later on in 1985 when he said that he began to suspect, even at an early age, as a teenager, when he was teaching the junior Bible class at the local Baptist church there in Georgia, even at an early age, he began to recognize that, as he put it, someone had distorted the image of my people. And so began his long search for the true history of African people all over the world. Now, that was a search, a monumental search, a lifetime of searching that took John Henry Clark to libraries and museums and attics and archives and collections in Asia, the Caribbean, Europe, Latin America, and, of course, continental Africa. And what did he find? What he found was that the history of black people is worldwide. That the first light of human consciousness and the world's first civilizations were in Africa. That the so-called Dark Ages were dark only for Europe. And that some African nations at the time were larger than any in Europe. That even as Africa today sends its children to Europe to study because that is where the best universities are, early Greece once sent its children to Africa to study because that was where the best universities were. He also found that slavery, although devastating, was neither the beginning nor the end of black people's impact on the world. Clark gathered his findings into books on such figures as the early 20th century mass movement leader Marcus Garvey, and into articles with titles like Africa in the Conquest of Spain, and Harlem as Mecca and New Jerusalem, and many books, including the American Heritage 2-volume History of Africa. And in little churches and big community centers, Clark brought his findings to life in talks to black audiences hungry for a history that for so long had been lost or stolen. In fact, while Dr. John Henry Clark was teaching at Hunter College in New York, Hunter College being a sister institution to City College, where we are physically located right now, being part of the City University of New York, the CUNY system, while Professor John Henry Clark was teaching at Hunter College in New York and at Cornell University, in the 1980s, his lesson plans had become so well known for their thoroughness, they were so filled with references and details that the Schomburg Library, which is also located in Harlem, by the way, that the Schomburg Library here in Harlem asked for copies. And in 1985, which was the year that he retired as a professor, the newest branch of the Cornell University Library, a 60-seat, 9,000-volume facility, was named the John Henry Clark Africana Library. There is a quote, there is a statement that Professor John Henry Clark, something that he wrote a long time ago, and a statement that I think probably best encapsulates his philosophy and his approach to the study and to the teaching and to the scholarship of history. John Henry Clark commented that history is not everything, but it is the starting point. History, he wrote, is a clock that people use to tell their time of day. It is a compass that they use to find themselves on the map of human geography. It tells them where they are, but more importantly, what they must be. Now, that is my favorite quote from Dr. John Henry Clark. And now, I'd like to share with you, from the beginning, a couple of excerpts from this remarkable award-winning documentary by Sinclair Bourne, narrated by Wesley Snipes. Remember, it's a film. It's a documentary film. You, of course, are only going to be hearing on the radio. But this film, documentary film, is yours as a thank you gift with your pledge at the $100 level. You can use your Visa, American Express, or MasterCard. You can honor your pledge with a personal check, money order. We'll work with you to come up with the most convenient way of honoring the pledge. And all you need to do is to call the number. And in about 3 minutes or so, the transaction will be over. The number is 516-620-3602. That's 516-620-3602. Remember, the book Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority, and companion interview with author Tom Burrell, that continues to be available as a thank you gift as well at the $100 level. But now we're going to sweeten the pot even further by adding an additional thank you gift also at the $100 level. So this is an alternative thank you gift at the $100 level. This is John Henry Clark, A Great and Mighty Walk. When you call that number 516-620-3602, you can just tell them that you want either the John Henry Clark or you want A Great and Mighty Walk. Either way, but it's the same thing. A Great and Mighty Walk with John Henry Clark. The number again, 516-620-3602. Documentary film by Sinclair Bourne, narrated by Wesley Snipes, available as a thank you gift on DVD. We hope that you get it. In fact, we'd like you to join those on the line right now. Please call 516-620. That's 516-620-3602. And we thank you very much for your support.
Hakile de bandenenam adenenam ti ala awali umakevu umiria de bandenenam adenena.
How do you describe a legend? An African-American hero, an historian, an activist who for half a century has charted a singular course dedicated to the intellectual and spiritual liberation of a people. Though his eyes are now darkened by glaucoma, he continues to enlighten the lives of thousands of men and women through the pages of his many books and in university classrooms across the country. How do you describe a legend? You can't, really. But you can meet the men and women who influenced him. You can learn from him the hidden history of the African people. Learn from him a different way of making sense of this complex and often very confusing world. And you can let Dr. John Henry Clark tell his own extraordinary story in his own soulful style.
On Sharecropper Farm in Union Springs, Alabama, New Year's Day, 1915. That was a great feast day in our family. And because my mother was the favorite in the family and I was late arriving, she said that nothing will be killed in this family until my child is born. And I didn't arrive until 3, and everybody was hungry. The feast had not started, and I wasn't exactly welcome. They never quite forgave me for that, holding up the feast. My early schooling was in one-room schoolhouse that we call Miller's Hill School. When we moved slightly out of the city, I was chosen to go to city school. Officially, I never finished high school in the formal sense until later years. In fact, I taught 2 generations before I took time out to get my BA, my master's, and my PhD. And I have it all now, but I'm principally self-trained. My university was the public library and well-chosen second-hand bookstores. So while I grew up poor, I grew up in a very rich environment, culturally rich. I grew up with a whole lot of love and affection, a lot of lap time and a lot of slap time too, because I wasn't permitted to get away with too much. Miss Evelina Taylor is my 5th grade teacher, and she might be the foundation teacher in my life. In addition to teaching me basic good thinking and good conduct, she called me into her room during her lunch hour one day and told me to stop playing the fool because I was playing the fool just to get accepted. And she said, it is better to be right and march into hell than to follow a bunch of fools into heaven. I wanted to do something to impress Miss Taylor, and we had current events on Friday. We wanted to say something unusual because I worked for white people before and after school, and they had magazines. They would receive them one day, read them hurriedly, or throw them away the next day. So when I got up for current events, I always had something decidedly different to say about my own people and about other people. Now I wanted to do something real big. So I went to a lawyer that I worked for before and after school. I can still remember his name, Gag Steiter, and I asked him for a book about my people in early world history. He says, I'm sorry, John, that you came from a people that have no history. My mind would not accept that. I continued to search, and I opened a book called The New Negro, and I opened to an essay called The Negro Digs Up His Past. And for the first time, I knew that I came from a very old people, that we were older than slavery, older than oppression, older than Europe. Now the scramble began for more information.
During the disaster years of the Great Depression, Americans in huge numbers take to the rails. They don't take Pullman cars or day coaches. They stow away on the freights, riding the rails in search of the opportunity to create a better life. John Henry Clark wrote them. Out of the South first, briefly to Chicago, and then on to New York City.
I had a dream. I thought that because I'd had some success in writing local plays, writing lyrics for songs for local plays, and that I could go write professionally. It was a dream. It's a fantasy. I was pursuing this fantasy. At 18, you could pursue all kinds of fantasies.
In the shadow of Manhattan's towering skyscrapers lies black, sprawling Harlem, greatest Negro metropolis in the world.
My impressions of the Harlem community, in the first place, it was a clean community. It was an orderly community. It was a safe community. It was a community with its customs that we have forgotten now. Street-speaking customs, strolling customs, social customs. There was a time when 7th Avenue, now Adam Powell Boulevard, was the street of choice. And you did not walk down 7th Avenue on Saturday or Sunday without a coat and a tie. There was a custom of getting your lady in your long good suit and walking down 7th Avenue to show her off, you would walk 15 blocks. Sometime when you had $1 or so to spend, you would take on the 5th Avenue open bus all the way down to New York University and all the way back. And she was satisfied, and the whole evening you hadn't spent $1. A lot of times you didn't have one. They sure don't make ladies like that anymore. There was a time there were 3 functioning vaudeville theaters in Harlem, all well patronized. The Lafayette, Harlem Opera House, and the Apollo. The old Lincoln Theater, now a church, used to be a legitimate theater where the plays downtown would be brought uptown with the play with the black cast.
Tyrant, show my face.
And that was our Broadway. I got involved with the communists and the socialists and other radicals, and began to read literature on the Russia of that day and to see movies about Russia. I was never a member of the Communist or the Socialist Party. I was active briefly in the Young Communist League. We were looking for a way out of the condition in which we lived. And they opened doors for us and gave us a platform we otherwise did not have. Paul Robeson was the one artist who made the great sacrifice based on commitment. And that commitment is that an artist supposed to use his or her art to change the society in which they live. W.E.B. Du Bois is our greatest single intellect we produced in the whole of the Western world. And he's not just a black American intellect. He is an American intellect equal to any. W.E.B. Du Bois, Paul Robeson, the party came closest to what those men wanted to stand for in the world was a fair deal for the working people of the world. We would examine it later to our sorrow. We were in an argument between not a liberator and an oppressor, but two oppressors with different techniques and methodology of oppression. In the final analysis, Russia did not want us to be free any more than the United States and England and the imperial powers, but they wanted us under their domination. I never thought the left movement, communist or socialist, made any serious study of the history and the background of the African people of the world. And they had a preconceived notion of us that had nothing to do with our reality. And these African communal societies, where each got according to his needs, were not copied from Europe because they existed before there was a Europe. In these societies, based on the concept of the family and the community, everyone in the society had a responsibility. In these societies, there was no word for jail because no one had ever gone to one. No word for orphanage because no one had ever thrown away any children. No word for old people's home because no one had ever thrown away grandma and grandpa. And while I had some admiration for the conclusion of Karl Marx, I dare to say he was a political opportunist and a Johnny-come-lately because he was rehashing something that was in the world before the first European wore a shoe or lived in a house that had a window. During my early years in Harlem in the 30s, My writing consisted mainly of poetry, short stories, and little essays on aspects of history. And the Harlem Renaissance writers, of course, influenced me. I knew Claude McKay. I knew Langston Hughes. I knew Richard Wright before he had published Native Son. I knew Wallace Thurman, Nellie Lawson, Jesse Fawcett. I found a Pan-Africanist consciousness in Langston Hughes and to some degree in a Claude McKay. But the rest of them were rather parochial. Finally, I got to meet Arthur Schomburg.
Arthur Schomburg, mentor to 2 generations of African-American scholars. The legacy of this Puerto Rican-born historian is the world's definitive institution of its kind, Harlem's Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture.
I went down the 135th Street Library, and he was on the 3rd floor, and I asked, very humbly, asked the librarian, do you know anybody who would give me a letter to see Arthur Schomburg? And she said very sharply, impatiently, because she was short of help, you just have to walk up 3 flights. I walked up 3 flights, and there Arthur Schomburg was holding down the desk. Being 18 and rash, I wanted to know the history of the African people of the world. Henceforth, right now, within the hour, his lunch hour, all of it. He said, sit down, son. What you're calling African history and Negro history are the missing pages of world history. Then he said, son, go study the history of your masters. Go study the history of the people who enslaved you and find out why they found it a necessity to remove an entire people from the respectful commentary of the history of the world. Well, my earliest impressions of them was a people in power who intended to stay in power. And I began to wonder why they had so much and other people had so little, and why everybody I knew worked harder than they. Who made this arrangement? I studied European history and world history. Now, when I went back to Schomburg with some knowledge of background of European history, now he began to show me how to study African history. Arthur Schomburg taught me the interrelationship of African history to world history. Wilson Huggins of the Old Harlem History Club taught me the political meaning of history. And from the lectures of William Leo Hansberry of Howard University, I learned the philosophical meaning of history. The most valuable lesson I would learn is that when you address a people by their right name, that name must relate to land, history, and culture. All people go back to the geography of their original origin and identifies themselves, no matter where they live on the face of the earth. We have overused the word black because black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. You can call an Italian white, but that don't tell you anything about him. We are the only people who seem to have lost that all essential trait of geographical and historical reference. Around 1933 up until 1934, 1935, Harlem's main activity was how to make Harlem a congressional district so that Harlem could elect its own congressman. Adam Powell was just began to show his weight. We were fighting to get jobs on 125th Street, fighting to get jobs in our own neighborhood. I admire Adam with all of his faults. He was the best person that Black America has ever sent to Washington. He got the job done. When he went to Washington the first time, they told Mr. Powell that we don't accept blacks in the congressional dining room. And Adam smiled and said, well, you don't accept them. Well, that's your custom. The next day, Adam got the tallest and the meanest looking and the blackest of the blacks he could find and marched them into the congressional dining room as his guest and got away with it. But it was a period when we were reassessing our role in the whole of the Western world. We were tuning into Africa as much as we could and having African forums and making a serious study of African history. Black men wanted to go to Ethiopia and fight on the side of the Ethiopians, but America would not give them passport and let a single one leave the country for that purpose. And yet, Italians could get passports to go and fight with Italian forces against Ethiopia. Now later, some of the same black men who couldn't get permission got permission to go fight in the Abraham Lincoln Brigade in Spain.
I'm a physician. And then why would you want to go in Ethiopia?
Well, I feel it's my duty to give my profession and, if necessary, my life in the cause of Ethiopia.
And I desire and be happy to die for the defense of entire Africa, including Abyssinia.
That's fine. Sign right here on the dotted line.
See, originally, Africans did not define themselves by continent, but more by regions. Africa as a continent began to be defined by foreigners. In North Africa, the Romans had a province called Afrique. The word became Africa.
The history, both known and hidden, of the land where time began has been a primary focus of Dr. Clark's scholarship throughout his long career.
The concept of social order, the concept of an organized society came out of Nile Valley civilization before there was any other society that has been known to man functioning any other place in the world.
That's right. It's a great and mighty walk, and we're about to embark upon it with a vengeance here, even as we are on the last lap of our Thursday, February 28th fundraising presentation of Talkback here on WBAI New York. You're listening to excerpts from the documentary film by Sinclair Bourne, narrated by Wesley Snipes. It's called A Great and Mighty Walk. It is a documentary that chronicles the life and times of the noted African-American historian, scholar, and Pan-Africanist John Henry Clark. It is both a biography of Clark himself and an overview of 5,000 years of African history. This is a provocative look at the past through the eyes of one of the leading proponents of an Afrocentric view of history, Professor John Henry Clark. This documentary is available to you as a thank you gift, and the number to call is 516-620-3602. That's 516-620-3602. Dr. Clark is just about to embark upon his great and mighty walk. He is about to provide us now with this sweeping overview of 5,000 years of African history, beginning with the very first concept of an organized society originating in the Nile Valley of Africa. Later in this documentary, he talks about the fact that the historiographers in subsequent years would even attempt to remove some parts of Africa out of Africa in order to deny African people their African history. So, for example, you hear people talk about Africa and Egypt, as though Egypt is in some other place. Egypt, which you hear people talk about the Middle East and about Egypt, the Middle East and Africa, and then they refer to Egypt as being a part of the Middle East. People just literally lift a hefty chunk of the North African region and place it somewhere else just to be able to deny African people the claim to their own African history. This is what you understand when you listen to and view this documentary. Now, we're on the home stretch here. We're on the last lap. It is 34 minutes after the hour, so time is now of the essence. We're on the countdown, and the number to call is 516-620-3602. Your $100 tax-deductible contribution to WBAI gets you your very own copy of this remarkable award-winning documentary by Sinclair Bourne, A Great and Mighty Walk. Michael G. Haskins is our audio engineer and director of incidental music. And he and I, even though we've seen this, I don't know how many times we've seen this, and every time we look at this, we see new and more interesting things, or we see things differently. You can never look at this the same way twice, Mr. Haskins.
You're so right, Hugh. It's incredible, and you should make sure that you add this to your library if you don't already have it. A Great and Mighty Walk. Let us hear from you now, folks. 516-620-3602. Yes, we're on the last lap, but there's time for you. There's still time available for you to make your calls now, for you to call in support WBAI. Your support of Talkback is so very, very important. The final day in Black History Month, February 28th. Thank you very much, those of you who already have made your calls, pledged using your credit card, the major credit cards. Of course, you could send a check or a money order, but do let us know. Let us hear from you right now. It's going to take about 4 minutes maximum. Calls have been coming in pretty steadily, pretty regularly, maybe every 3 or 4 minutes, and we can ramp that up to actually every 2 minutes or so. We can take your calls right now at 516-620-3602. Have you heard this? Are you hearing this for the very first time? Well, if you are, please do call and support this commercial-free, listener-sponsored radio station in the middle of the FM dial here in New York City, WBAI, and you're listening to an expanded edition of Talkback with Hugh Hamilton.
Indeed, you are. Thank you very much, Michael G. Haskins, our audio engineer and director of incidental music. The number to call, 516-620-3602. Your $100 tax-deductible contribution to WBAI. This afternoon, you've got a choice of two excellent thank you gifts. There's Tom Burrell's book, Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority, and the companion interview, my exclusive interview conversation with author Tom Burrell. You get both the book and the companion interview, Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. That's a $100 pledge. Or at the $100 pledge level, you could choose to get Dr. John Henry Clarke's Great and Mighty Walk, an award-winning documentary film by Sinclair Bourne, narrated by Wesley Snipes. It is at once a biography of Professor Clarke himself and an overview of 5,000 years of African history. This documentary film has been described by the Amsterdam News as a veritable tour de force, plotting history from Africa's ethnographic presence dating back to the early Egyptian dynasties to the Million Man March. This film is equal parts Baptist sermon and history. That from the New York Amsterdam News. The documentary is A Great and Mighty Walk, and the number to call with your pledge of support at whatever level is convenient and comfortable for you, so that WBAI can continue to present this history that the corporate and commercial media simply will not, because it is not in their interest to provide this history. It is not in their interest to engage in this act in these acts of continuous public education, which is what we do here at WBAI. 516-620-3602. Let's return now to more of Dr. John Henry Clark and the Great and Mighty Walk.
And our performance untouched by the other civilizations of the world. And people are reluctant to give an African credit for a creation that happened in Africa. They also forget that the Nile Valley stretches 4,000 miles into the physical body of Africa, and that it was the world's first cultural highway.
For centuries, Eurocentric scholars had rejected the idea that the mighty Egyptian empire was in fact created and maintained by black Africans. The concept that Western civilization was the product of non-white intelligence, imagination, technology, and spirituality was unacceptable, both psychologically and politically. A brilliant Senegalese scholar and scientist would shake, and many say topple, the very foundation of that conventional wisdom. His name was Sheikh Anta Diop. His research was brought to the attention of the English-speaking world through the efforts of his longtime colleague and friend.
I was wondering why his books had never been published in the United States. He said there was no publisher's interest in his books. So it took me 7 years to interest the publisher in the books of Sheikh Anta Diop.
Diop's disciples refer to him as the Pharaoh of the Upper Nile.
You must be strong enough and serene enough
de voir les faits historiques
to see the historical facts
et de les interpréter
and
correctement.
to interpret them.
Nous pouvons tous être passionnés.
We can all be impassioned.
Mais ce n'est pas de cette manière que nous résoudrons les problèmes complexes de l'humanité.
But that is not how we will resolve the very complex
Donc cette
problems of
domination
humanity.
dont nous souffrons, dont j'ai souffert moi-même,
The domination that we suffer from, that I have suffered from myself,
notre propre domination des autres races l'a précédé.
our domination of other races preceded it.
Donc l'Afrique a exercé un impérialisme continu pendant 4000 ans.
For 4,000 years, Black Africa had an imperialism.
Toute l'Afrique occidentale était conquise et était justement sous la domination noire.
All of Western Asia was under the domination of blacks.
On n'aurait pu jamais penser à cette époque-là que la situation pourrait un jour être renversée.
And at that time, no one would ever have dreamt that the situation could be reversed.
C'est pour ça que l'étude de l'histoire nous redonne la sérénité pour apprécier les faits et les relativiser.
This is why the study of history gives us the serenity required to appreciate the facts as they are.
1974, he would challenge the major scholars of the world on the concept of Egypt not being anything other than an African state. In the conference on the peopling of Egypt, leading scholars of the world met and debated. Most of them wanted to put Egypt's origin outside of Africa. Sheikh Anta Diop and his protege, Theophile Obenga, placed Egypt within the context of Africa's totality. Sheikh Anta Diop was more than a historian. He was a scientist, he was a paleontologist, and he had proven that if he could get the pigment from some of the mummies, he could prove their African origins. All the rest of the conferees came just to disagree, and when it was all over, they had to admit these two men came prepared to prove their case. At that point, they began to close the door to the research of Sheikh Anta Diop. From the first dynasty to the invasion of Nile Valley, that was the first golden age. And from third dynasty came the great multi-genius Imhotep, the real father of medicine, who lived 1,800 years before the Greek was called the father of medicine. When we read the biography of the Greek, he says, I am a child of Imhotep. And from the 18th dynasty became the world's great social reformer and maybe one of the world's first deities, Akhenaten. He thought so much of life he would not crush a flower. He outlawed warfare. Spirituality was a part of the total life of the people. Before the coming of the Europeans, the African was very religious. The step pyramid was originally built with a temple at the top where you can go up and pray. This relates not just to the glorification of a pharaoh, but the spiritual outpouring of a people. This is what made the civilization of the Nile so great.
At the same time that Egypt was in its 24th dynasty, Europe was just emerging from its pre-literate past.
The first show of European intelligence was a book called The Odyssey and the Iliad. That's about 850 BC. Where is Egypt, 850 BC? Egypt is old and tired and has gone through 24 dynasties. It is on the eve of its last great dynasty that will come from the pharaohs in the south. And the Europeans have just written a book of folklore.
Just south of Egypt lies another highly evolved black society, the Nubians. Their civilization thrived for some 3,000 years.
I call the 25th dynasty the one dynasty from the south that moved up north and to tell their cousins, the Egyptians, how to rule a nation one more time. In the great show of history, this was Africa's last walk in the sun. It was a great and mighty walk. That walk had lasted 10,000 years. Now it's coming to an end. Europe is just being born. The very word Europe is not even being used. Drafted to the Army in September 1941. I can say with certainty I was probably one of the best clerks, one of the worst soldiers the Army ever had. I couldn't shoot, didn't like the hot sun, didn't like to go on those all-night trips, but I was a wizard at administration. I made sure my men got what was due to them as soldiers and men. Not as black men, but as soldiers and men. After I returned from the Army, it was not so much as finding myself again as a Pan-Africanist, but redefining myself as a Pan-Africanist. Remember, we had participated in a war that we were cynical about in the first place, and having participated in this war on a Jim Crow basis, getting out of the war, and there wasn't the employment that we had hoped would be there, I began to think more and more about the fact that African people would have to depend on themselves.
Pan-Africanism would be perceived as a way to end African dependence on colonial masters, a way to create free and independent nations, a way to transfer the continent's immense riches from the hands of invaders into those of the indigenous people of the land.
I began to define Pan-Africanism as the building of an African world community, the union of African people in different parts of the world, the African population in India and the Pacific Islands, the African population in the Caribbean and Brazil and South America. And I was looking to the fact that we number 1 billion people on the face of the earth. If you put them all together and they did one thing in unison, even if it was wrong, it might alter the world. Africa has always been and still is the world's richest continent. Africa has always had things other people wanted, thought they couldn't do without, and didn't want to pay for. So therefore, there's always been an excuse to invade Africa. Alexander's invasion was the first purely European invasion of Africa. Everything that had happened in Egypt and in Africa before 332 BC was something that no European had anything to do with.
You are not going to get this history anywhere else. This is why WBAI is so important. This is why WBAI is so indispensable to our continuing public education. WBAI is the only radio station that is going to turn over extended periods in the middle of prime time, in the middle of the #1 media market in the world, to an extensive dissertation of the sort that we have been listening to from Dr. John Henry Clarke, this documentary by Sinclair Bourne, A Great and Mighty Walk. We began the program this afternoon by sharing with you from my exclusive conversation with Tom Burrell, the marketing and communications pioneer and National Advertising Hall of Fame inductee and author of the book Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority. We offered you, and we are continuing to offer you, this book by Tom Burrell, Brainwashed, Challenging the Myth of Black Inferiority, together with the exclusive companion conversation that I had with Tom Burrell, the companion interview about this book and his thesis on challenging the myth of black inferiority. Tom Burrell argues in the book and in the conversation that the myth of black inferiority is the most successful mass marketing campaign ever undertaken in American history, and it is time to challenge that myth and, in fact, to dismantle the myth of black inferiority. The book is called Brainwashed. The book and companion interview on audio CD, you get those as a thank you gift with your pledge at the $100 level. Or, at the $100 level, we urge you to take advantage of the opportunity to get this award-winning documentary film by Sinclair Bourne, narrated by Wesley Snipes. It's John Henry Clarke's A Great and Mighty Walk. This documentary is both a biography of Professor John Henry Clarke himself and an overview of 5,000 years of African history. A remarkable documentary. And as as Michael G. Haskins and I were discussing just a few minutes ago, it is this. You cannot look at this. You never look at the same documentary twice. Every time you look at this documentary, you see new things, you learn new things, you gain new insights, and it is the kind of experience that keeps building upon itself. It is an exercise in continuing education, and we are very pleased and proud to be able to offer this to you this afternoon. As Dr. John Henry Clarke correctly pointed out, history is not everything, but it is the starting point. History is a clock that people use to tell their time of day. It is a compass they use to find themselves on the map of human geography. It tells them where they are, but more importantly, what they must be. The number is 516-620 3602. That's 516-620-3602. The award-winning WBAI Evening News is just a mere 7 minutes away. And in the remaining time available to us, we are asking you to go to the phones. We're asking you to make an investment in WBAI and in Talkback by calling that number, that 516-620-3602. If WBAI matters to you, if Talkback has made a difference to you, if you have ever learned anything from this program, if you have been moved or encouraged or to view the world even through a slightly different lens as a result of your experience with Talkback, we ask you this afternoon to continue to make Talkback possible, because none of this is possible without the benefit of your support. 516-620-3602. Mr. Michael G. Haskins, talk about the home stretch. We're just about 5 minutes away from the end of the program. Well, less than 5 minutes away, actually.
Absolutely, less than 5 minutes away. Willie Bobo in the background, helping you to the phones this afternoon. 516-620-3602. Look at this. In the past few moments, from 5:40, I see we have 5:38. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 calls coming in at 5:38, then at 5:40, then at 5:41, then at 5:42, 5:43, 5:46, 5:46.
Beautiful.
People are calling up WBAI, are calling Talkback right now. I am going to do my very best. Hugh is going to do his very best. Why? Because you inspire us. You inspire us to do our very best. And we thank you so very much for supporting us this afternoon. 516-620-3602. Where is the color in your voice? Where is the color in our collective voices at WBAI, letting you, the listener, know that what we do has value? This has value. Our family has our back, and I know it. And thank you so much. 516-620-3602.
Indeed, and we thank you very much. Please keep these calls coming. We are very grateful to you for this support. Do you know, this is a partnership. None of what we do is possible without your support. It is your support that has made it possible for WBAI to flourish over these past 50-odd years. And we are coming to you again and asking you for more of that investment. We're asking you to keep reinvesting in this diadem in the middle of the FM dial. And we're asking you to put a value on your relationship with WBAI, a dollar value on that relationship. We know it's not all about money, but money is important. And it is important if you are going to operate a radio station of a 50,000 watt radio station in the middle of the number one media market in the world. There are some costs that are simply non-negotiable. The telephone service that is about to be installed here, the lights, the microphones, the transmitter at the Empire State Building, that alone accounts for tens of thousands of dollars every single month. That's a non-negotiable obligation. So your support is what makes it possible for us to keep this radio station on the air, and we thank you very much for that. This is where I have to wrap it up. This is where I have to leave you on this Thursday, February 28th edition of Talkback, this extended, expanded fundraising edition of the program on this final day of Black History Month 2013. Does that mean that you will never hear more Black history on Talkback? Of course it doesn't mean that. Today merely marks the end of the official observances, but here on Talkback we will continue to bring you a multifaceted approach to our history, our collective history and culture, the multicultural diversity of who we are in America will continue to be reflected on this radio program and on this radio station. Thanks to you. Thank you again. Thanks to Michael G. Haskins, our audio engineer and director of incidental music. Thank you, and thank you again for your support. I am Hugh Hamilton. You can find us on Facebook under my name, Hugh Hamilton. Thank you again. I look forward to joining you next week, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when we do this all over again, the good Lord willing, and the creek do rise.
All right. Thank you very much, Hugh. Thank you all very, very much for calling, for continuing to call us here at 99.5 FM WBAI.
Justice. And I'm Genesis. And you're listening to WBAI 99.5 FM at WBAI.org.
All right. Thank you, Justice, and thank you, Genesis Sindab, here in New York City at WBAI 99.5 FM and WBAI.org on the web. It's 5:59 in New York City, just about to cross over 6 p.m., and you can make a call right now. A call in support of Talkback with Hugh Hamilton on WBAI. We're broadcasting at 99.5 FM and WBAI.org on the web. And please do visit that website. The number again, 516-620-3602. It's 6 p.m. in New York. Please stay tuned for a report of some of the day's events with the WBAI News team.
Good evening. In the news tonight, the House of Representatives reauthorizes the Violence Against Women Act. The U.S. Army Private Bradley Manning, in a pretrial hearing today, pleaded guilty to misusing classified material. And the New York City Council passes its street vendors legislation to help reduce exorbitant fines.